Good evening. Good evening. We are live.
This might be a 50, 60-pound fish.
Whoa, Vikings got a fish on already. Way to start the
For
show.
a bogus rod like that, it's got to be decent.
That is awesome. James and Jody got slowed down a little bit, but they are setting things up.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Is the wind too noisy?
Not too bad right now. Vikings pulling in a big
I'm
fish.
gonna throw her on it here in a minute.
All right, Vikings pulling in a nice fish.
All right, you gonna put him solo?
Absolutely.
Let's go, Viking.
It's about 30 pounds.
Nice. That's the way to start the show. That's a nice fish, Viking.
It might be around 40.
That is a nice fish.
Way it started off. Not like putting the pressure on us early.
I'll go through chat here in a minute once Viking gets his fish. Wow.
Let me weigh it real quick.
All right.
Wow. Say it again. I didn't get a good look. He probably didn't get screenshot. Hey, Zach. No, Zach. Can you hear me, Dustin?
Yes, ma'am.
He just hit. There's the fish. Look at his fish. Look. He must be away.
I wish I didn't make fish look so small.
Yeah.
Where are my scales?
We got looks like 351s in the house. Mike Sampson is in the house.
Right.
That's a nice fish. Everybody check out that fish. We got 31 awesome people. Chad Thomason, how you doing? Is it
45 in the net.
45?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a nice fish.
45.
The
Damn,
first
baby.
fish of the night. Yeah, I hope it gets bigger. I'll start up one more time.
All right.
People just got to remember, I'm 6 foot tall, 250 pounds. So I make fish look little.
I know what you're talking. I'm 6'3", 260. Wow, he's light too. He's been down in the deeps.
Good
Oh,
back.
bad. Do what?
Scoot back just a little so I can get your head in the photo.
I'm gonna let her go.
I would have got my picture.
he said that's a little one, Jody.
Huh?
He said that's a little one.
Oh, wow.
Woo.
Dang nice fish. You doing?
We got James Bailey catfishing in the house. Hello, my friend. Carolina Catfish says hello, everyone. Fisherman Sid.
Because I had my ears.
I'm watching while I'm making some helicopter rigs.
I don't know.
Joy Stewart says, hey, y'all.
Hey, George.
Chris Everett, how you doing? No Rush in the house. What's going on, man?
Hey, Scott.
Ronnie Oakley's in the house. How you doing, Ronnie? Let's see.
I'm going to mute while we're throwing these lines out.
Scott Swift, how you doing, buddy? Maurice Cason, what's going on?
All right, guys. Let's get the next one. Whew. Still got me on big screen.
Yes. Not anymore.
I told you I wanted to start the night off with a fish when we went live.
You did. Says here, Kitty Kitty says good evening. How you doing? Terry Stanfield, how you doing? Says nice fish.
Appreciate it.
There you go, Chris Everett dropping your link.
Thank you, Chris. Oh, that fish hit and he just sat on it. Didn't move until I reeled down on him.
It's cold. Their metabolism's lower, so they're not going to move as much.
No.
Oh, look at that. Somebody in the chat called Mrs. Viking.
My lovely wife.
What's going on, Carolina Catfish? Mr. Rogers. What did you say, Mr. Rogers? 25?
With the net, it was 45. The net weighs 3 pounds, so it was 42-pound blue.
Nice. Mr. Rogers said, Jesus, Pete, beautiful fish.
Oh yeah, it was real white.
Yeah, he's been deep.
Yeah, it's real deep right here where I'm at. It goes up. If you go a little bit further downriver, it hits about, I think, 120 foot deep.
Wow. Yeah, he's been down in the depths, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Shirley T, how you doing? Says, hey, everybody, that's a pretty fish, Viking.
Thank you, Shirley.
Mr. Rogers said, congratulations. That's one way to start the night.
Oh, yeah. That's the only fish I get tonight. I'll be happy.
Absolutely. I get that. Quiet Man Curtis, how you doing, man? And we are caught up for now. I'm sure that will change. Captain Morgan, hey, y'all. What's going on, Captain? I will turn my camera on in just a little bit. I'm taking care of something else at the moment. Uh-oh, another fish. Man, he found the spot tonight.
Got it.
Ooh, look at that.
Running to the side. That feels like a decent fish, too.
Nice.
Not as big.
Oh, he's only like 41 this time. Gene Tillman says, what's up,
His
y'all?
ladder's running straight at me.
Don Johnson says, hey, everyone. Chad Thompson said, monsters are hot tonight.
Oh, that's a little bitty fella. hit it like a freight train, though.
Mr. Rogers said, drop that location, Viking. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Do what?
Mr. Rogers said, drop that location, Viking. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Little 5-pounder. That's about as small as I've ever caught here out of a blue.
There's a snack size. There's Jodi and her not so natural element on the bank.
Well, my cats are moving. I'm happy about that.
Hey, couldn't ask for anything more.
Could be a good night.
Don't catch a fish until I come back. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's see. Mr. Ryder said, just inbox me or whatever, Viking.
I think that fish broke my net.
Uh-oh. Carolina Catfish says, Jodi on the beach? That's right. Her boat's still down. They're still waiting on parts for the engine, so they'll get that fixed and she'll get back out there on the boat. Big Slim 91, what's going on? Says, what's up, y'all? I'm driving. You don't need it to collapse right now anyway, Viking. You're good. Poor, my poor Jodi. She don't look right without her pontoon.
Is Jodi on the bank?
She is.
Not used to seeing Jodi on the bank.
Let's see.
If you get any wind noise, let me know, and I'll swap the direction of the camera.
What's that?
Or the mic's out of the wind. If you get any wind noise, let me know.
Okay. There's a tad bit, but not enough to bother anybody, I don't think.
Okay.
Ronnie Oakley said it's snowing in Knoxville.
It was snowing here a minute ago. Just little bitty flakes, though. Nothing too big.
We got 51 people in here. We're almost 15 minutes in. We got 2 fish on the dock for Viking, 42 and probably about a 5-pounder. Chris, thank you for dropping links. Appreciate that.
And Lock 6 is good to me. It's good to me.
There you go.
That's what this place is called. It's not an actual lock. It's a dock, or it's a TVA dock, but it's named Lock 6.
Huh.
We went
And
from
it don't even
70
pull up
degrees
on
down to
map.
24 in 24 hours.
What's that, James?
I said we went from 70 degrees down to like 28 in 24 hours.
Wow.
I feel you. I'm below freezing too right now. It was warm yesterday. Y'all ain't too far from me. It was warm yesterday. It's cold now. Oh, we just got a bite.
Man, it's tearing up. He's got another one.
Crossover Paranormal Society says, "Hey everyone, that's a new one to me." Thank you, Chris Everett. Appreciate that. Big Slim says, "Snowing in the Big Blue Ridge Mountains."
I think that was a channel cat.
What's up, Sampy? Martin UK, how you doing? Says hi, Jody.
What's up, Martin? Yeah, I think it was a channel cat playing with it.
Okay.
He didn't bow it over and run the drag, so.
Here, Kitty Kitty said, 21 here in Southwest Missouri.
It's 31 in Alabama.
You got 52 awesome people in here. Just like Jody and James, where there's a little bit of white caps on the beach. I guess the wind is blowing a little bit stronger where James and Jody are versus black.
Sorry if I'm not very talkative. I hyper focus on my rods when the fishing's good.
I don't blame you. I do the same thing. If I'm on somebody's live, if I'm like on stand day on Sunday mornings, all I do is focus on the rods. I barely talk at all.
Cause this spot, there's been people catch 100-pounders, pretty much where I'm fishing at in a boat. So they're here.
Nice.
I would have to call Big Skip and get a scale down here because I messed up my big scale.
Uh-oh.
I left it in the weight bucket. I left the weight bucket outside and it rained in it.
Ah.
You need some leader line right there?
There's that channel cat again.
I don't know if I can climb up in the back of this thing. It's off a big drop.
Jody, I got a fish. Now it's your turn.
I wished. We just now getting set up.
I just got set up.
Yeah.
David Hughes in the house saying Jody and James look like fish out of the water.
Right?
I feel like it. Man, it's cold. I was gonna back my pontoon down and fish off it and, put curtains all around it and the heater, but my batteries is dead.
Ah.
So that knocked that out of it.
You know what causes that, right?
What?
Not plugging in batteries causes that.
Yeah. We got 7 poles and his teeny weeny.
I've got 3 rods. That's all I got with me tonight.
No, you have to do your lights and everything different.
I got a 12-foot and 2 9/6 whisker seekers with me tonight. That's it.
Yeah. Ow. That would have been the trailer hitch into my leg. It's gonna be one of them nights. We'll turn the camera off while I try to climb up in here.
All right. We have his catfishing outdoors in chat. How you doing? Is it still cold? Yeah, Viking said it was 32 degrees where he's at.
Yeah, it's cold.
That way you won't hit your head on
Listen, I wish luck.
the thing.
Yeah, Nucky, what's going on?
Hang on, I'll fix it.
You may have to hack me up in here.
You know what? I just thought about it. That put me ahead of Big Mike on that competition we're having this year.
Let's see.
There you go.
I need a hand hoe.
I'm only ahead by 12 pounds though.
There you go. Hey, If you're ahead by 2.22 pounds, you're still ahead, right?
Right?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Man, he's going to get his workout tonight. Fishing Local 252, what's going on?
What did you say?
I can't get in here. Let's see. Does he go?
No. Not yet. I was okay.
Hi, Ronnie. Got Swift, Joy, Martin.
Channel cat playing on my emotions.
Lee Evans said it's icing and snowing here tonight. Brr.
It is trying to spit the snow here.
Huh?
Trying to spit the snow.
Yeah, it just floated there.
Yeah.
When I got to 42, it was snowing.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, Jody's going to sing for us tonight. David Hughes says, hello, everyone. Going to be good show. What was that?
I keep putting my thigh into this trailer hitch.
No.
It don't feel that great.
Well, now you got more headroom. Look.
Yeah. That's what I needed. Headroom.
Yeah. Put the ice chest there.
You could get down and I think I fit in your hand. But then you pop me up.
No thanks.
Here, Kitty said, Miss Jody, use your dip net to reach up in the bed and pull it out.
What?
Pull it to you. Here, Kitty said, I told you to use the net, reach up in the bed and pull it to you.
There ain't nothing to grab hold of. And he's got this slick bed liner and it's leaning downwards, downhill. And I
No.
what?
Oh, I thought it had.
No, they got them crack bars. Wait, I can't reach that one. Just give me a leg up and I'll get in. Or put that 100-pound rock over here for you to step on. For me to flip this ice chest over and then go down. You know it wouldn't. And it's full of cat crap on it.
These channel cats keep playing with my emotions. I'm about to rip one of their lips off.
Think it's got fish on it. It's cool. I didn't get over that. It's covered in bacon.
Both of the 9.6s are being hit by channel cats right now.
Nah.
A little disappointing.
Begin to get up here.
That's normally how it goes down here. Get hit by channel cats all night, then the rod gets slammed and bowed over.
I did it! I got it. Okay.
Captain Morgan said, you look out of place.
Do what?
Captain Morgan told Jody, said, Jody, you look lost.
She does, don't she?
I really am.
Scott Swift said, hope you dress warm.
I didn't. I got a t-shirt on. I don't know what I was thinking.
What?
I thought, because I keep I got a suitcase of clothes in my truck bed, and I got a tote of sweatshirts. I only got one pair of pants on and a t-shirt and a coat. I ain't even got my rabbit hat on. But James just got his vehicle running in the place we said it.
We're gonna have you turn your volume down. I'll come up and then use my volume.
Okay.
Because I think mine's loud in here.
Okay. No, hit me.
Turn your volume down.
Turn my volume down.
You don't want to mute it. Then you can't talk.
You have to tell me if we have.
I'm not coming up. I'm just going in the chat like a normal person.
Yeah. You have to tell me if it has a feed.
I will.
When we do this.
Second, it won't if you have your volume down. There she is. Let's see. Here we go.
If I mute it.
That's the wind.
Is that the wind on me or wind on Jody?
It must have been the wind on Jody because she muted it. Annette Catfish says, hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm a little behind in chat. Big surprise, right? Here, kitty. No, Vikings got 3 rods. They're just kind of lined up.
Well, except for I was going to sit there. But
We put it down there in the bucket.
no, because that's in the wind.
I got this sponge on it.
You can still hear it.
The 2 9.6s kind of just mold together.
Super Smurf Eric Fitz reminding everybody there's 42 days till cat con.
Bank don't agree with us.
You want to film the?
Okay.
Why are you looking at it?
You told me not to sit there. You was gonna
I'll
sit
put it.
there.
I'll put it here.
Say yes, Mrs. Viking. They do sound like a married couple.
Who was the chat?
Listen to them.
Jody, do I need to come teach you how to fish from the bank? Jody, do I need to come teach you how to fish from the bank?
Zach,
Jody, do I need to come teach you how to fish
see,
from the
is
bank?
it a thing with you?
We can hear that, by the way.
Where's you at on this? See, just put that through your ears so you can hear it.
There you go, but now you can't hear it.
Yeah, I can hear mine. No, yours is fine.
Turn yours up.
How about now?
Oh, I can't hear it now.
Low battery. This is our first official Friday night, I think, ain't it? Or is it our second?
Are you considering this a challenge?
Why? Just because you got fishing, you think you can win? That why?
No, because I'm on lock 6. I think I can win.
Oh gosh, James, it's all in your head. You can catch fish just because I'm around. Don't mean you can't catch fish. Fish jump on the line when I'm around.
Hey, Jody and James, one of y'all got to catch a fish tonight.
Do what?
So one of y'all have to catch a fish tonight.
Yeah, James.
What do you say?
One of us has to catch fish.
Call, rent a fish, do whatever you got to do.
Go see if John Parker can give you his stuffed fish.
I mean, I can tie one on. Really one, like we called it.
Missy
Get
Kennedy,
Jack Dog count.
lost couple. Danielle Thompson said, "Hey Jody, we had to put your live on the big TV so the 2 girls could watch."
All right. Now I got the pressure on me. The girls is watching.
Tennessee fish keeper. That's a new one to me.
Daddy,
Room for another misfit?
sure. Always room. That's Danielle Thompson right there. They got the Thompsons outdoors and more. Josh and Danielle Thompson. Find them on Facebook. And they sell Mad Cat, skip jack, all kinds of bait, hooks, and more.
They sell match, skip, and cat.
They're in 10 Mile, Tennessee.
Well, these channel cats are eating my bait. I'm going to have to change them out soon.
Give you a high five, Johnny. We're
I mean, them rods are constantly doing this number.
We're gonna show that Viking we can catch a fish.
Hey, Stewart.
No,
Bruce Stewart said, "Can you hear me now? It is Friday the 13th."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, boy.
Which I only got 3 rods out. That might be my
I'm
problem.
gonna go
I
walk
can
up.
get another fish.
That's a good fish.
Another fish on.
Why?
Because you could have zip tied it to the rail.
No, I just walk it back over here.
Yeah.
That's out.
We appreciate everybody coming in tonight. We got 55 awesome people in here. We are
Sweet.
30 minutes into the live.
Because it's Friday night.
And tonight's
And we're
the night.
freezing right.
Oh yes, it's Friday night.
Hey James. I know how to fix the cold part.
How?
Oh, no, I think it's getting smaller.
Mom,
So you got another fish?
Yes, he does.
Dadgum him.
Dang.
I bet you he's warm.
Now, our spot's not like that.
Yeah, we're not.
It's another 30.
My
He
God,
said it got smaller. It's just another 30,
it's just 30,
Maybe 20, maybe 20.
maybe 20.
maybe 40. Who knows?
He's gonna have a 100-pound bag just as the next fish. Hey,
David
David.
Hughes says Viking is killing it tonight.
Yep,
Absolutely. We started with a 42 pounder.
yep.
We brought a nice 5 pounder in. Now we're looking at another 30 pounder probably.
Is somebody want to come out and fish?
I can drop the link if you want me to.
Yeah. I just thought you might have said that somebody's wanting to fish. It's fine with me. Wow.
That's closer to 20 pounds than 30. Ow!
I believe I left my scale.
That's
Gotta
about
make that fish look tiny.
10, 15 pounder.
I'd say about 15.
That's a channel cat, ain't it?
No, that's a blue.
Is it?
It's the light.
Yeah.
It's an ugly blue.
That's a blue.
That's not
I'm
very
just not
nice,
the light.
Jody.
So she looks darker.
Chad
Yeah.
Thompson says, "Serious now. Take his coat off." Or serious now. He took his coat off. Yeah, I told you he's warm now. He's catching fish.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw it back. I ain't gonna weigh this one.
All right, Jabberjaw's in the house saying, "Hey y'all, howdy."
Howdy, Jabberjaw.
Southern Wildfin's in the house saying, "Nice fish."
He is wearing it out tonight.
Yeah, what are we, 15 minutes into it?
We're 32 minutes into it, James.
32 minutes into it, and he's on what? Number 4 or 3?
That's 3.
3. Now he needs to catch about 12 more. Hey, Super Smurf, Eric Fishing, how you doing? He still looks weird without a beard. That's a rhyme. Use a poet.
What's going on, Super Smurf?
James, you got fish? Nope. He's gonna go throw this one out farther off the dock. All right. Pinky and the brain. Oh, I didn't. Let me turn this back around.
So, Scott, let's see. Scott Swift said, "Jody, I need to go. JS killing me."
What's killing you?
I don't know. Jay is killing me.
James is killing you?
James is killing me.
He might not be feeling well. He might be trying to try something else.
Mr. Rogers said, "Vikings about that life."
Yeah. I can't get rid of James. James my fishing partner. He's going to take me out tonight. I'd at the house if he hadn't went with me.
Mrs. Vikings agreeing and said he does look weird without that beard.
Yeah.
All right, Joy Stewart said, "Good night, y'all." All right, good night, Joy.
Night, Joy.
Thanks for coming in. Tennessee Fish Keeper said, "Gave you a share."
Now, cat done robbed me on that one.
Can you see the snow? It just started snowing. Come on, James. Get that in that rod holder. Catch it.
Jody, you gonna make me make the show tonight?
You're going to carry it, I reckon, back in.
I might have cast it over yours, but I cast it out so far it's maybe on you.
How many lines you casted over tonight?
I cast it over 2 of my own.
So I might not have cast it over one of hers.
Yeah. All right. I miss fishing like 15 rods. Makes the night go faster. I just got 3 rods out. I picked out my 3 best casting reels, which was the Ancient Mariner and the PC Fun.
Ancient Mariner.
Yep. The Ancient Mariner cast further than the PC Funds too.
Yeah. Mr. Ryder said, couldn't ask for a better date night, Jody and James.
Well,
Relationship goals.
what's he ain't talking about us, is he?
Yeah.
What?
That's what Mr. Ryder said.
Jody, I'm gonna clip that 42 out and put it as a short on my channel. What's out with you?
I think she'll be okay with that.
That's my second fish of 2023, so I'm pretty happy about it.
Hey, that's a nice fish to have for number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one was only 10 pounds and it stuck me in the foot.
Hey,
That's
Jody.
yeah.
Mr. Kennedy said, who would have thunk it, Jody? LOL.
Might as well unthunk it.
Pixel91 says, smash that like button, fellas. Guys, anglers, people. How was that in more?
It's a snowing again.
It's snowing here.
Mrs. Viking says, any otters yet, Viking?
No, I ain't seen them yet. Yeah, there's a pot of otters that live here.
Oh, wow.
You see them at night all the time.
I'm surprised you ain't caught one of them. You took it home.
Amanda wants me to.
I bet.
I ain't getting ate up.
Tell them about
Oh.
your business you got there, Zach. Tell people about yourself. And someone
Well-
please drop his link.
Oh, Chris has been dropping links all night.
All right, Chris. Thanks.
Well, I'm a kayak and bank angler. You occasionally catch me on a boat. I hunt nothing but big blues, especially this year. Last year I did a lot of channel catfishing and stuff like that, but I kind of lost my roots with that, so I'm going back after big blues this year. Nothing but big blues. That's why you don't see a channel cat rod out there right now.
Mrs. Viking
If
said,
it's
I would
going
love
to bite and
to-
it's going to get stuck by that hook, I want it to be a blue.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Mrs. Viking said, I would love to have one as a pet, Viking.
I know.
The otter get her one.
They're legal for us to own, but we have to get the Chinese clawless otters. And those are about, you're looking about $2,000 a piece for them.
Wow.
An otter.
Amanda, we got a zoo at home as it is with all the reptiles and everything like that.
Yeah, my wife used to have 2 dogs, 2 lizards, 2 snakes, 2 birds.
We've got 2 dogs, a guinea pig, 2 snakes, and about 200 lizards.
Oh, wow.
200 lizards. Wow.
That's
I
a lot
breed
of
them, so
mountains to feed.
I breed and sell them.
Gotcha.
It's a hobby turned business, pretty much.
Nice. Mrs. Viking said, it's just too hard one to the, just to add one to the zoo we already have. Hey, Melissa's in the house. How you doing, Melissa?
Hey,
Hey,
Melissa.
Melissa.
Wolves Den Outdoors official says, hey, y'all.
Hey, Woolsden.
Hey, Wolves Den.
Jabberjaw said, it ought to be.
Maybe the winds picked up.
Yep.
Hope you haven't.
I
hope
just
you-
got her a golden doodle. She doesn't need anything else yet. So,
You're not even covered up.
I think if I didn't catch another fish, I'd be happy with tonight. 42, one around 15, and a 5-pounder. That's not bad.
That's a good night.
Although I'd like to see an 80 pounder on this dock.
Well, we would all love to see that.
Definitely.
Wolfden Outdoors said, "How's everybody doing tonight?"
At the moment, pretty good. Getting a lot of bites, but I can tell it's channels.
Danny Stone said, "After washing for 20 minutes, I took the heating pad off my shoulder and unwrapped my ankle. My wife said, 'Sit your butt down. You ain't going nowhere. Maybe I can sneak out when she gets in the shower.'"
You better not, Danny. You stay home and take care of yourself.
Danny, I got this one tonight, brother. You stay home and you take care of yourself.
He's gonna catch a couple fish for you, Danny.
You okay? No.
He hurt his
I'll
shoulder.
dedicate that 42 to Danny.
There we go.
He fell on,
Doesn't Danny realize he's old?
he fell on the stack of lumber that had nails in it and didn't get poked
He
in.
fell off a ladder.
Shouldn't be falling like that when you're old.
Nope.
Yeah, when you're my age, falling like that don't hurt too bad.
It's
I
not
can
even
only,
just how
I can only imagine being older and falling like that. I fell off a 2-story house once, just walked right off of it, laying felt paper.
Good Lord.
it's not the pain, it's just how long it takes to heal when you're old.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah. Right.
What?
Sure thing, Meemaw.
I ain't even.
Hey, knowing when I caught the big fish, maybe this will bring in another one. Starting to snow a little heavier now.
Catch snowfish.
Wolves Den Outdoors official said, "Martin, it's morning over yonder." Jabberdaw said, "What a way to get big money for a mutt. Just make a cute name up for it."
Yeah.
Right?
I don't
Hey,
know.
I traded a lizard for it.
Ah, there you go. That's a good trade.
Oh, we might have another one. What's
I
it
got-
going to do with it?
I got the full screen solo layout button ready to go.
I think it was another channel cat. It boated a little bit like it was about to run with it, and it popped back up and it popped it a couple times.
Come
So I
on.
think that was a channel.
Oh, okay. Super Smurf Eric Fish and Jody said, "Hey, I thought it was Waddle now."
Waddle.
Yeah, you're from the Vegemite Challenge. You're
Yeah,
awesome.
I got
Oh
Awesome.
yeah, I watched that later on, and that Jody's face killed me.
I watched it last night right after the show.
It was the worst tasting thing I've ever experienced. There's no
James didn't
description.
seem to think it was that bad.
Huh?
But James didn't seem to think it was that bad.
He
Good.
used to eat it when he was over there.
Like peanut butter. Spread it on the bread.
Oh.
Crackers, yum.
I've never tried it, and I don't want to try it.
Don't do it, Zach.
I will deny.
Balut.
Believe
After
me.
seeing y'all eat it, I'm good.
Yeah.
I have to
I want none.
rotten chicken egg basically is what they are.
Yeah.
Oh, they're hideous, but they love them over there.
Hmm.
But that'd get me sick.
Hey, 12-footer just got hit. It's got a big kid jack head on it.
Daniel Thompson said, "The girls are telling, 'Come on, Jody caught a fish.'"
They caught a fish tonight. They did really good. Proud of them.
Nice.
Now, if I can just do it.
Yep.
Wolves Den Outdoors said, "Viking, us Alabamians don't know what snow is." I don't think what Virginians know what snow is.
Actually, me not being from Alabama, I just live here.
Melissa said, "Meemaw Waddle."
Yeah, tell me about it. I didn't want that name Waddle. And I don't want Meemaw either.
They gotta kind of go good together, though. Meemaw Waddle.
Let's see. What would be a good name for myself?
James, you gonna get in trouble tonight.
I'm always in trouble. Whether
He's
I
always in trouble.
I feel you. I live in a world of trouble too.
Yeah. I went to Dollar General to get something to cook for supper.
No, my goodness.
And-
I'm gonna bring it up.
He he said it's gonna taste like dog crap anyway.
I've never seen a bag of instant chicken Alfredo mix. It already had the noodles in it and everything. I'm like, oh no.
Well, I was gonna make
I
pasta.
tried to cook that and I burned it.
I bought garlic bread and I was gonna make pasta. And
Instant chicken Alfredo.
you turned your nose up at the pasta too.
That was a pasta.
No, that wasn't the pasta.
What pasta?
In the can.
Oh, yeah, SpaghettiOs.
What? That's not
My
considered
God, that
pasta.
there's no way I am ever gonna eat. And she's like, cold, they're good. Oh, we were both like, "Bleh."
Cold, they are not good. They're not even good warm.
SpaghettiOs. I didn't even know they still made that.
My son loves them.
I do too.
No way.
I eat them for lunch at work all the time.
Oh, I'd be puking.
I'll eat raviolis before I eat SpaghettiOs.
I like the
No.
beefaroni too.
Oh my.
My son loves raviolis.
I can't stand the beefaroni.
Hamburger
Really?
helper, chicken helper, all that garbage. Blech.
See,
Yeah,
I'm you can ask Amanda, you put me in a kitchen with just some random stuff, I'll make a meal out of it and it'll taste really good.
Yep.
Deborah girl said, "What is it they call a cross between a Chihuahua and a Newfoundland?"
What?
I hear a joke coming. I don't know yet.
I feel the joke coming.
Yeah.
Art and I'll wait for him to respond. Oh, New Chihuahua.
A what?
I don't know. But hey, did you hear they bred a bulldog and a Shih Tzu?
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah, they called it a bullshit.
I know.
Nah, if I get another dog, I want a Frenchie. I wanted an English, but they have too many problems. I'm just gonna settle with the Frenchie.
Come on, fish. Yeah, kitty, kitty,
I need a blue cat to come and take that piece of bait away from that channel cat again.
You should wait for that channel cat to bite and then eat the channel cat.
If I had a stove, I'd cook it right now. I'd be over trying to snag him.
How you doing? Hope you're feeling better tonight, Tasha. We got Art and Adventure with Tasha's in the house.
Oh, hi, Tasha.
Hey, Tasha.
Here, Kitty Kitty said, ask James about the balut and absence.
About losing what?
Balus.
Balut?
Yeah,
Balut?
Duluth. Oh, that's oh, that's some good stuff there.
He said, that's cool. That's some good
Dude.
stuff.
That was a good bite.
Hey, Tanya Hollis in the house.
That is a challenge that they should do as a balut challenge.
I ain't eating no baby chicken.
Half developed rotten chicken egg, basically.
No way.
I don't think Jody's doing any more challenges.
No more for me.
You wouldn't see me putting that on a chip.
If it don't involve a little Debbie, don't ask me to eat it.
Yasher Hughes, how you doing? Is it English Bulldog set your back?
Sean, that's why I'm gonna be out of bait before the show's over.
Oh, hey, that's a good problem to have.
Yeah, but not with channel cats pecking it off there. It's not.
Yeah, that's true. Yasser Hughes said English Bulldog set you back about $5K.
Oh, I know. I got a buddy that breeds them. He was gonna sell me one for 25
Wow.
without papers or anything, which I ain't that worried about the paperwork.
Man,
I'm not gonna breed the dog.
Scams.
it's your pink's your color.
Yeah.
Look
Doesn't
at
really,
it.
it doesn't really look pink. It looks
No.
almost reddish.
Yeah, no, it looks pink.
No, it looks calling it red.
Red, red wine.
Or like
Told you she was gonna sing to us tonight.
And if James allowed.
Nope, oh yeah, I won't.
Come on, Jody, sing us a song.
And all the cats will come down here. It's horrible.
That's what you want. You want catfish.
The cat, no, the kitty, the cat. Somebody's in heat.
I like cats.
Yeah,
Mrs. Viking said the dinner I made tonight was very yummy.
But she made.
Wait. It was I don't even know what the dish is called, but it was good. It's cabbage, bell peppers, kielbasa sausage, bratwurst, and bacon.
Ooh.
All that's in it.
Bacon. You said bacon? It's good.
Yeah.
And I got boiled potatoes and fake chicken Alfredo.
And some garlic bread.
Yep. With no flavor. But that wasn't your fault. No, it wasn't. But that
The
wasn't your fault.
garlic,
That was
I thought the
that's
garlic bread was
itself.
good.
No.
Huh. I didn't burn it.
Didn't burn it. That was a mess. I was like, you
As Mitchell Tanya said, I'm feeling a little better. Just wish this cough would go away. Yeah, it does take time. Speaking of a cough. David said something I'm trying to figure out.
What?
Carolina Catfish said we have boxers.
You have box what?
Boxers. Dogs.
boxer dogs.
Oh,
yeah.
boxer dogs.
They're pretty. They're just
Right,
doofuses.
yeah.
They're smart, but they do stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Viking Ronnie Oakley wants to know if you're in Tennessee.
No, I'm in Alabama.
Alabama.
There's
But
that
I
voice
do
again.
fish the Tennessee River.
He fished with Bobcat the last time in the river turning.
Yeah, that's probably why they thought I was from Tennessee. No, I drove 2.5 hours to get up there.
Raining Catfish in the house saying good night, good luck to everyone.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Good
Jinx.
night, Raining Catfish. Thanks for coming in.
Fish are pretty quick. No problem from my new
Melissa says Zach on them fish tonight.
Yep.
Yasser Hughes.
Channel caps keep going. I'm gonna throw a smaller hook out there. I'm gonna start weaning them out, give them some sore lips, and then throw out another cap. Or
Speaking of cats, we got Palmetto Cats in the house. And hello, Jody and friends.
Yeah. Yeah.
that
Hey,
palmetto.
Hey, Kevin. That's a nice premiere you had tonight.
That was nice.
Yeah.
I listened to all of it.
I was packing up to come out here, so I missed it. I'll have to watch it here in a little while. I'll watch it on the way home, or I'll listen to it on the way home.
Yeah.
Captain Morgan said, "You tell him, Jody. If it don't come in a can, I don't want it."
Yeah.
Exactly. You know they got macaroni in a can, Chef
Yeah.
Boyardee.
Ugh.
They got all kinds of good stuff in the can. Yeah. They got beefaroni,
Yeah.
spaghettis and meatballs. They got ravioli, mini raviolis. They got spaghettios with meatballs.
They got a barfio.
Spaghettios with chicken meatballs. What?
Barfios.
Barfios? I ain't seen those. What else did they got?
Barf in a can.
You can already get tuna salad and chicken salad in the can. You can.
It's disgusting.
Beanie weenies,
Oh my god, your Vienna weenies.
veiny
Ooh.
sausages, potted meat, deviled ham.
I think Viking just wanted to test my full screen layout some. I
That
passed.
dropped it.
One of my favorite things is canned fruit to eat on the
I'll do that.
out when I'm fishing.
Maybe it's- my brother's-
That was a blue, but it dropped it.
Of course.
None of that
Have
in its
syrup
own
with
juice.
10 packs of sugar added.
I don't want that own juice stuff. I want heavy syrup.
Where it doesn't taste anything like the fruit you're eating.
Yeah. You know, sometimes I'd bring
I'm
the
done with this channel.
maraschino cherries in it.
Maraschino.
Palmetto said, "Watch it anytime you want, Zach. No big deal."
Mariachi,
Maraschino cherries.
mariachi cherries.
Not mariachi cherries.
This, you know what I'm talking
What's
about.
that animal that's after you? The
Koopa caraba,
you can't.
Chupacabra.
Chucaparaba,
No, not
Cucharaba,
uh,
Chuchicaba,
but a Kubachadra.
Kubachaba.
Palmetto Cat said, "I see what Jody did there. Bank fishing Jody instead of pontoon Jody."
Yeah. Oh.
You came up with that last night, Kevin. It just didn't seem right putting pontoon Jody in front of, or pontoon in front of her name on the bank.
Oh, you got one?
Oh.
You got a
No,
bag?
I ain't got one. I'm trying to get this channel cat to hit while I'm holding it. I'm about to rip
Did that
the lip
yellow
off.
orange? Yeah.
Eric Pope, good evening. Thanks for coming in.
I put him solo. Just Zach's got one.
No, I ain't got one.
There's James. He's got a bite. You might want to get the action of a bite in case. Oh, it jerked it. Yeah. It's a scuba.
Super Smurf Eric said all that stuff's loaded with sodium. All that stuff in the can.
Yeah.
Mr. Kennedy said, sounds like Jody would try crap on a stick.
Crap on a stick. That was right. If it was covered in chocolate, I might.
I can't be the only one to catch fish tonight, Jody. I need you to get one.
James, you're blocking your light a little bit.
We told her that last night too, Mike, and didn't do
There you
anything.
go. See your pose now.
I was asleep. Who was fishing last night with her?
Come on now, fish.
Those two, Jody and James, they were just fishing, bank fishing at 2 different locations.
Yeah.
Oh,
James was fishing here last night. I was fishing somewhere else.
Okay. The
well,
hillbilly.
was there at least a fish caught last night?
He caught 2.
Yeah,
Well, then that made it a fishing video.
it certainly did.
Come on, Big Cat.
The Hillbilly Chicken Ranch is in the house. Say hi, y'all. Sharing out and smash the thumbs up. Look, lady. Chula Capacabra.
Chupacabra. Chupacabra.
Chupacabra. There you go. You said it right when you got excited. You thought you said it right.
Yeah.
Carolina
Jody, I
Cat.
don't think it works that way.
Donald Long says, hello, Jody, James, Viking, Dustin, and all those in chat. Come on, need a big 'em.
Yep.
So if you go back to the beginning, you'll see that we started the show with Viking catching a nice 42-pounder.
I got that. I'm gonna net your fish tonight though, because I did that one day.
Pull 'em up, but you don't even need the net here.
What?
Pull 'em
Did he
up.
get one?
No.
Yeah, Tasha, none of us are used to seeing Jody on the bank. I saw her last night too, but it's just not the same.
On camera.
You might have it.
No, Ronnie, I'm fishing the Winter Blues on Fields to Water channel next Sunday or next Saturday. I live in Virginia, Ronnie.
So, Dustin, you're fishing the Winter Blues with me?
Yes, sir.
See.
Sean and I'll be fishing next Sunday or next Saturday, Nate.
I'll be fishing here, but on the kayak.
Never gotta say it's chupacabra, Jody. Chupacabra. Not the cucaracha. I'm not gonna put you full screen until you set the hook.
Yeah.
Hey Jody, why is James yelling at his rod?
Waves are getting bigger.
Yeah.
And this is why I bring channel cat rods to wean them out.
Come on, you can do it.
I think James is down there. He's either whispering sweet nothings into the rod eyes, or he's yelling at it. I'm not sure which.
My vote's yelling at it.
Mine too. Mr. Kennedy said, "Slap a stinger ring on that hook."
I'm about ready to downsize hooks on that rod. I'm tired of seeing it bob.
Oh, you know what, Missy? All 5 or 6 of our rods are going to have stinger hooks on them. I guarantee you that. We're probably gonna have a bunch of fillets out there too.
Fillets don't work that well here.
What don't?
Fillets?
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
There's that channel cat again.
Oh, you saw that one, didn't you?
Yep.
He's hitting it hard. He's just not hitting it hard enough to hook himself, which I am using 12-aught hooks, so.
Captain Morgan asked if you're at the steam plant, Jody. I don't know if you can hear us.
Jody's trying to figure out bank fishing. Give her a minute. Bank fishing is a little bit of skill and a lot of luck.
Hey, Mike, what kind of hooks are you using?
Do what?
What kind of hooks are you using?
I use I mainly like 12-aught backstabbers, hook and thermal tackles. Those are what I like the most. I use the 10-aught ones too. And then that's about it. For channel cats, I go all the way down to a 3-aught.
Captain Morgan said, "Hey, Jody, can you hear us?" All right, we'll ask her again in a minute. I'll star your comment, Captain Morgan, so I know to come back to it. Thank you, Melissa. Jabberjaw said Spanish chuper to suck and cabras, goats, to suck goats, chupacabra. I muffled my way.
That wind picked up. And I got cold again. I got to throw the jacket back on.
I'll let you know, Missy. Thank you. Look, lady, what's going on? I don't know if Jody's sleeping or not. She might be too cold to be sleeping. All she's got is a t-shirt.
I think that channel cat accidentally hooked himself.
Hey, James. I'm trying to get James' attention. He can't hear me either.
I got one on. It's small, but I don't
You
think I got one. Nope, I ain't got one.
Chris. Well, I'll have to make me some coffee here in a minute.
They done ate off half that bait.
Wow.
That was a good chunk of skipjack too when it went out there.
Hey, Viking, do you downsize your baits in the wintertime?
I do.
Do you?
And I don't change them out as much either.
Yeah.
Like this one, it'll be thrown off to the side just in case I need it later if I run out of skipjack.
There you go. Yep, it's snowing where Jody's at. We can see it. Jody and James. What's going on? Where do you put the buddy heater in the yak? You hear that question, Mike?
What's up?
Bugman says, where do you put the buddy heater in the yak?
I don't. I wear a wetsuit.
Ah. Jody, are you awake?
I'm trying to come back up in this business.
Step on the trailer.
I'm listening. There we go. I made it. It's so noisy I can't hear you talk.
Hey.
Man, it's coming.
Like a lot of times I would have thrown that piece of bait out, but with it being so cold, that might actually be a good bait size. So I'm gonna save it for later just in case I need it.
All right.
But yeah, I do downsize my baits. Normally here during the summer, I throw out like half a skipjack with a stinger rig on it.
bait? Skipjack?
Yeah, I'd rather have gizzard shad right now, to be honest. That's a better bait around here this time of year. But I see skipjack flopping every now and again.
Uh-oh.
Pinky's got it. Get it, James, get it. Oh, let it go.
This guy's out there a mile, too. Uh-oh, the other one.
I seen Pinky get hit about 5 minutes ago. I've been waiting on to come back to her.
Carolina Catfish wants to know if the tide's coming in, James.
Was that a serious question or was that a joke?
That's what Carolina Catfish said.
Oh. Tennessee River is not tidal.
Awesome. Big Slim said he's home.
Oh, what's up, Big Slim? I must have missed him earlier. Well, I started off strong. I slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, Jeff, I'll have my video up shortly. I'm taking care of something real quick. The beans didn't get a fish.
Wah, wah, wah.
Well, I do appreciate it. I've had fun so far. Thank y'all for letting me come up.
Well, thank you for coming up. We love having more people on the show.
Get on that and leave him alone.
And it just makes it better. I fish the Tennessee, I guess.
There you go. I mean, it'd be better.
I guess if the title's the
but
Tennessee Misfits.
Thank you.
when are you gonna make it a trip up to the James, Viking?
I've been thinking about it, honestly. I want to explore more this year and fish foreign waters to me.
There you go.
So I've been thinking about taking a couple different trips places.
We'll do a foreign river exchange trip.
I know my water's down here. I can get you on some fish. Boat, bank, any of it. I can get you on a fish.
Got a bite.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I got a bite.
Where'd it go over there? That'll be a fish. That is a fish. Bring it over there. Get him.
That was not a run.
We
We got to
can't-
run at it.
There's rocks down there. She's probably twisting an ankle or something.
Right, too loose. You there?
Even Ashley Brady, how you doing, Miss Ashley?
Got a fish. Got a fish. Why do you have the
We
camera
can't
not
see. We
pointing
got
on
it to
you?
full screen. We just can't see it.
There we go.
Big Slim said, "I want a big old flathead this
Bring
spring."
that
There you
skunk buster in. She don't have anything. What's she talking about? You got a bluegill. That's what you got.
Hey, you got a fish on. Look at that fish.
You got a fish on, but not the one we're looking for. What are you doing with that?
Carolina Catfish is coming up to the James in April. All right, look us up. Let us know. TeamSnaggingWhiskers@gmail.com. Shoot us an email. Let us know. We'd love to meet you.
Now watch the catch her every night.
No, well, why don't you not do that? Why don't you cast in between your two? You want me to do it for you? Okay.
She's
great.
still going to cross it.
She's gonna cross all mine, is what she'll do. Here we go. She'll cast a long way. We just don't know which way.
Trust me, I know. I seen her cast from the bank
Hey,
before.
there goes her bait. Splat. Cast her to bait right off. Reel that back in now. Man, she whipped that thing like a bull whip. No way that bait's going to stay on there.
Awesome.
Jody, a word of advice.
Jody,
Get longer rods for the bank.
what's that?
I said get longer rods for the bank.
Yeah, well,
Don't tell her to get more rods.
I can't far with these if you got a good reel. She just did that bull whip thing, and that's how she snaps my line off.
Well, the channel cat's already quit biting.
I'm going to put the phone back down. Unbelievable.
What?
You're doing that bull whip tap thing. There's no way.
It's the only way I can get it out there. These are frozen. My hands are cold.
Well, that's because you're...
Jody, I done caught 3. There's fish in Tennessee. You can get one
Those
too.
better. I'm not on Tennessee. I'm the watch bar.
Mrs. Viking said, Mama Viking said it's snowing at her house.
It's snowing here.
It's snowing here.
Watch your hands, Jody.
That's still the Tennessee River, Jody.
Are you doing a few rig? Are you doing the flapper rig?
Yeah.
So which was it?
I just sliced it up both sides.
Oh, okay.
My camera's about to die too.
Yeah, Jeff, we might have to figure out a way to have get a get together here in Richmond. Well, I got the mouse right over the solo layout back. Don't tease me like that.
Don't tease you like that. They don't need to be teasing me like that. I just said the channel cats quit biting, and then I get a channel cat bite. That was a good one, and I thought I was gonna just fold it over.
You done did it.
Oh no. That was on the headpiece too.
Man, you can't even hear that phone with these waves. I see them.
Normally the bite picked up here, the later it goes into the night.
Now,
So
here we go again.
hopefully it'll pick up.
And did right, good cast right down the middle.
So excited. Hey, what's going on? Ted said looks a bit cold. Looks real fun.
And casting into the wind.
I'm casting with the wind, so I'm lucky.
Hands are frozen.
Here's your spot.
No, I gotta go turn it.
I'm gonna mute this for a minute. I gotta go handle some business.
All right. 205 Wild Action says nice cast, Jody.
What was that?
205 Wild Action says nice cast.
Come on, fishies. Come on, Blue Cat.
205 Wild Action says good luck to all braving the elements tonight. We got 66 awesome people in here. We got an hour and 15 minutes in. Thank you all for coming in. Appreciate y'all. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up on the way in or the way out once we end this evening. Jody, greatly appreciate each and every one of you.
When you see me pick up that 12-foot, I'm just checking the bait here in a minute.
All right. Hey, Jody, can you hear me? James. James, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Captain Morgan wants to know if you're at the steam plant or are you.
No, we're at the boat, my boat ramp at Watts Bar.
Gotcha.
Kind of by a Bluebird, the Bluebird boat ramp, kind of that way.
Come on, give me one over 50. Hey, James, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Are y'all battling bad wind too?
Yeah, the wind's blowing like the long way across the lake, so we got big old waves that are splashing. It's hard to hear.
I'm on the way. I'm on the side of the lake where the wind's coming from.
Yeah, no, it's blowing across the lake directly at us.
Well, y'all get the cold gust off the river. At least I got the trees breaking it here a little bit.
Well, if you get in the back of the 4Runner, it's not bad. If you're standing out here, it's pretty chipper.
Mrs. Viking said it's not snowing there.
Snowing here, a little bit, little flurries. It ain't gonna stick.
It just quit snowing here. Which I'm about 45 minutes away from the house, so.
I'm about 2 minutes from my.
Well, ain't you lucky?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
A lot of my summer spots are only like 15 minutes away from my house. But this is a good winter spot I like to hit, so I'll make the drive for big fish. I need to go hit Gunnersville once or twice this year to see how that does. I ain't fished Gunnersville. Don't think I fished Gunnersville at all last year.
I'm gonna fish the James this summer
Yes, you are.
at some point.
See, I normally fish Gunnersville, Wheeler, Wilson, and Pickwick. But you rarely ever catch me on Pickwick.
Good evening, 217. How you doing? Says hello, everyone.
Who was it?
217.
What's up, 217? Crappie Barbecue.
217 Rebel Outdoors.
Oh, it's Rebel? Oh,
Yeah.
my bad. I get them two mixed up all the time.
I think it's 922 Crappie Barbecue. And you got 205 Wild Action in the house.
All these numbers confuse me. Too many numbers. I'm a cat fisherman.
Double Hook England said, woohoo, I finally get to see you live. Well, welcome in, Double Hook. Good to see you. Got 58 awesome people in here.
Oh, Jody snagged up.
Uh-oh.
What'd you do that for? I'm pretty sure my 12-footer snagged up. The only reason I ain't walked over and checked it yet. Because I've got that one in like a little hole that's out there.
Snag you out here or not?
And it catches debris real bad, so. But that 42 came out of that little hole.
Jeez.
What in the world?
Well, she finally snapped her line, but she almost went rumbling, tumbling, stumbling.
How I failed today.
Man, that was loud.
Yeah, we heard that from here in Virginia.
Yeah, I heard it. All right, I'm checking the 12-footer. I ain't got a fish on.
All right, I got you.
These other ones. I remember the first time I walked. Well, you got the clicker on. Yeah, let it fall down so you can snag up again. Is that real shot again? No, it's going. Come on, fish, get on that line already. You ain't gonna catch it without bait.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little more difficult. You got them Tennessee rubber hooks on there?
But she's got a shiny hook, so maybe they'll bite that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now we get to watch another cast.
$217 said fishing on credit.
Yep. You only got one pole in the water.
I just thought about something. I've never caught more than 3 blues off of here a night.
At a time.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I've ever caught is 3.
Well, you caught all 3 of those the first hour, so
Maybe I can break that streak tonight.
yeah.
I'd like to. That'd be nice.
Up on my phone? You got your charger? Hook it up to the charger.
I think the first live I did here, I caught 5-pounder, an 18-pounder, and like a 22. The second live I did was a 22, 42. Dang, that's 2 42s I've caught off here, and a 58. And then tonight it was a 5-pounder, 15-pounder, and 42.
Oh, is that a backlash you're doing over there? Sure looks like it. You got half the reel out.
Oh,
Oh my goodness, look at this. Look at this pile of line she pulled off that reel.
What in the world are you doing, Jody?
this look like she's still pulling line off of it.
Is that about the whole spool?
Did you backlash that, Jody?
Yeah. Yeah, but you're never going to get all that tangled mess reeled in that's on the ground.
Sounds like a
There's the
respooling
Jody we know and
situation.
love, the backlash queen. Woo, it's cold. I think I'm going to have to check this one that I think might be snagged on mine.
205 Wild Action said, Viking, you aren't too far north of me. We're in Blount County.
Where at?
Blount County.
Blunt.
Blount.
Yeah, I know where that's at. It's not far.
Huh? Here.
I'm in Limestone County, so right now I'm in Muscle Shoals. I went a couple counties over. A good fisherman has spots everywhere. Hey, finally a bite. Brought 10 skipjack tonight, and I think I've burned through 3. Yeah, I've already burned through 3 skipjack.
We got 60 awesome people in. Jody's still working on a rat's nest. I think she's gonna have to reline that reel.
I'm not going to bet against you on that. Sounds like she backlashed it pretty good. Why I like my spinning reels from the bank.
I've done that with spinning reels too.
I mean, put me on a boat, I'll take a bait caster conventional reel any day. Or on the kayak. But on the bank, I prefer spinning gear.
Big,
Do what?
one of the guys in chat, Big Slim, is asking if what county we fish in. He's trying to figure out driving distances. I fish in Chesterfield County, but like on our side of the river is Chesterfield, and then the other side of the river is Henrico. And that goes up to the city of Richmond. And then it goes. We fish from the city of Richmond all the way out to Prince George. Look, lady says James took over. He always does.
Jody said, "Help me, help me."
Yeah, baby.
If they get all that line back in there, it's gonna surprise me. But at that point, it's gonna be all kinked up and everything like that.
That's
why it's be stretched out one good time.
Jody's in the bank. They can get her. Chupacabra. Oh, Dan got a fish. He snagged up. Snagged up.
Yeah. If you ain't fishing snaggy spots, you're not fishing the right spots.
I catch plenty of fish. I don't get snagged up.
I do too, but that's size point. Gotta make them feel better.
Oh, okay. I see what. Okay. Let's try that again. Rewind. Replay.
If you ain't fishing snaggy spots, you ain't fishing the right spot.
That's right.
I rarely get snagged up out here where I'm at. Only place I get snagged up is where that 12-footer's at, because there's a bunch of debris in that 28-foot hole out there.
I can't reach it. I'm too short.
That sounds like a short person problem.
I haven't had a short person problem since I was in 5th grade.
Me neither. Until everybody else grew taller than me, and then I felt short, and then I finally hit my growth spurt.
So I grew 8 inches from my 8th grade year to my freshman year.
I'm struggling, people.
We noticed. Wow, 205 Wild Action says sometimes you backlash, and sometimes you get a bird's nest.
And then sometimes, in Jody's case, you get a whole rat nest. There he is. Oh. Channel cats are back playing with my money. That one boated over like it was a play. Do I need to move the camera where y'all can see the rods better? Are they all just looking like a blur?
No, I can. The first two look similar, but I mean, when they go down, you can tell.
Okay. Well, that middle one got hit pretty good by a channel cat. He's back at it again, though.
I'm busy getting the camera going. Nah, I can't reach.
Don't put it on solo until I set the hook. I'm not
I got my finger on the solo layout button.
And the solo cup. There. Can you see James in that? I can't tell. Yep, that's him. There you go.
James who?
Phone plugged up. You know, I got my pontoon set up to where everything's there. Don't have to worry about nothing.
Jody, I got an idea.
Yeah.
So are you at a place where you could back your pontoon down to that beach?
I was going to tonight, but my battery was dead.
Oh. Keep it hooked up. Yeah, just do that next time. Just back your pontoon down on the bank and fish from your pontoon on the bank.
Yeah, that's what we was gonna do. Then we got up there. I hadn't charged them all week, you know, because they
Been
don't
sitting
do
out in the
anything.
cold.
And I got a short and a switch, and one of the lights was on.
Goodness.
Jody,
Yeah.
y'all plug it in.
Plug it in, plug it in. Well, we had, and it just didn't plug it in.
I done got cold. My mouth's running a lot. Something's got to be moving to keep me warm.
Oh, you just caught fish. Now y'all full of it.
I wish I'd see another one of them rods blow over. That'd be nice.
Yep.
I want to see y'all's blow over, not mine. Well, I want to see mine too, but I want to see y'all catch a fish tonight. I really do.
I'll catch you in another night. You owed me one anyway.
Do what?
You owed me a whooping anyway.
That happens. It doesn't help. I started the show off with a 42.
Yeah.
Hey, that was a good way to come into the live, though.
Yeah, it was.
Double Hook Angling said you'd have more comfortable seating if you fished off your boat off the bank. That's what we were just talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was going to put the mini top up, and then we was going to hang blankets and tarps all the way around it.
What did you call it?
That's what I was about to ask.
The mini.
Bibbity. Bibbity. Now you. Did I say it wrong? I was about to say she got me saying it wrong now.
I think you said it wrong. Yeah. Bimini.
Oh,
Eminem.
the top. Let's
It's
just
an
go with the top.
Steve Ransom, howdy. Thanks for coming in.
It's ransom.
Ransom. Hey, I'm gonna be right back. I'm going to get me some coffee.
All right.
Nobody.
Bring me some.
Okay, I got you.
Snow's coming down more. No, it ain't sticking. I'm kind of clumsy, and this is rocks. I just don't do good on rocks. I'm pretty proud I ain't failed though. How many rods I got out? 2.
5, I got 2. You want to pass this other one out for you?
I broke that one, remember?
This other one over here.
Yeah, sure. I got brim on both of them. You want to put? Okay. You got plenty of bites here. We just say hook up. I said you got plenty of bites here. We just
Get Jack or five.
give me a body. Your hands cut. Your hand.
No, I got those hand warmers in my pockets.
You got gloves?
I got my hand warmers in my pockets.
No, I was asking if you had.
Yeah, I got gloves. I don't need. I got the hand warmers in. I'll warm them up here.
James, send me some hand warmers. I need
He wants some hand warmers. Zach does. All you need to do is catch some fish, and you'll be plenty warm enough.
He did catch fish.
Yeah, but he slacked off. Come on now, Zach.
I can't carry you on my back the whole show.
You got to, buddy.
I'm trying here. It's a battle with the channel cats right now. They're eating me alive.
Oh, you backlash too, huh? James got a backlash.
I didn't have to go through the whole reel.
Yeah. That didn't tangle up that line. Awesome. That's that whisker seeker line on that pole. I like it pretty good. Brandon gave me that whisker seeker line.
Joey's back.
Yeah. getting another knivel. I tell you one thing, bait fishing of a winter ain't no fun. Of a summer, it ain't that bad. But of a winter, nah. Hey, Zach,
Yeah.
what's Travis's last name that we met?
Do what?
What's Travis's last name? Was it Young?
It's young.
Yeah. I'm using them rod holders.
I need some more rod holders. I gotta make some better ones for the dock.
Them,
Like a situation like this where I don't have any rails to lean it against.
yeah. You got any poles?
Do what?
There ain't no poles at all on it?
Nope.
Yep.
I built a cooler with rod holders on it that I ratchet strap to the dock.
Yeah.
Hey, it works.
Yeah. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. I'm gonna build some rod holders that lock into the boat cleats.
Mm-hmm. I got 4 I got from Bass Pro. Well, we used them last year at the meet and greet.
Yeah, I remember that.
Travis, he left 3 down there and asked him what do you want me to do with them? He told me I could have them. So I hijacked them.
I don't blame you. Those are heavy duty rod holders too.
I
I
know.
trust them.
Them is like monster rod holders.
Now, let me go tighten this rod down real quick. I just cast it back out. Finally settled.
All right. Let's see.
All right, I'm back. I got my coffee.
Guess who's back?
Dustin's back.
Tell your friends. Dustin's back. Dustin's back. Dustin's back. Dustin's back. Nah, 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 nah.
So next year, I want you to put me in for the best floating head award, Jody.
Best floating head. You're up for best new talent too, or something like that.
What's that?
Your best movie or something too.
Best new talent.
Best new talent. Yep.
Team Snag and Whiskers nominated for Best New Talent. Lloyd's Just Fishing UK. How you doing? Thanks for coming in.
Hey, Lord.
Hey, Dominic.
Well-
I didn't see you in here. Where you been hiding?
That Dominique.
Dominique Hollis.
Yep.
That sugar cast out where the 80-pounder is hanging out.
I'm Sugar, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What you doing, Puddin'?
What's going on, Tom? LG Bass in the house.
Hey, Tom Kitty. Tom
I've
is
got millions of little bitty threadfin shad in front of the lights I'm drawing in.
Nice. No.
Like, if I threw a cast net right now, I'd have the net.
Hey, James. Austin with Fishing Fever wants to know if you got the seals.
If I got the what?
James.
James standing there by the pole.
James can't hear a word we're saying.
No, he's down there at the rods watching his bite.
Why is he fishing? We're supposed to be talking.
James, you want to talk? They're asking for you.
Nah, you're good.
About how good is the bait fishing yard?
Well, I grabbed the wrong pack of skipjack. I only grabbed the 3-pack, so this might be shorter than what I thought.
His
Uh-oh.
PB's actually from the bank.
Hey, James.
I still think I actually did better on the bank than I have since I've had my boat.
Austin from Fishing Fever wants to know if the seals came in for Jody's motor yet.
What do you say?
So they want to know if the seals come in for my motor.
Tuesday is what it says now. It was supposed to be here Friday. Now they moved it to Tuesday. I don't know why.
Because our postal system is horrible.
The delivery people for my house, they figure they don't want to come here when they're supposed to, so they figure they wait a few days and something else will come in, and then they'll make a trip up here. Because a lot of times it will say out for delivery, and then like the next day it's like back there, and then you don't get it for 3 more days.
Hi, Miss Shirley. How you doing?
Hi, Charlie.
Hey, Miss Shirley.
She
We
got
got
a
6.
nice fish on the Facebook. I saw.
On the
She
Facebook?
did
She caught a
On the-
fish on Facebook.
on the book face. Yep.
Is that like a lake up here?
No, she
Facebook
got
lake?
she got a picture on the Facebook.
Oh, she put a picture of the fish she caught on. Okay, I got you.
Maybe. It's a secret lake, James. They can't tell you about it.
What do you say?
It's a secret lake, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a secret Facebook lake.
Not even supposed to mention it. This is like I said, the only good thing about winter fishing is there's no bugs.
You sit right here, and I'll go up front.
Yeah, but it's windy and cold right now, so it ain't that good. I done got bundled up like a teddy bear over here.
Lloyd is just saying, hey, Mark, when was your birthday?
It's your birthday.
Hey, what's today's date?
What are you doing now?
Situating. It's almost Ed Evans' birthday.
It's almost Ed Evans' birthday.
I think his was the 15th.
That's right.
Yep.
Fishing Fever wants to know if you caught any more fish after that flathead last night.
Just one small one.
Just one small blue, Austin. James caught all the fish last night.
Yep, and I got a bunch of pesky little guys hitting me up today. But nothing's okay.
I feel you.
You want to tie smaller hooks?
No.
Dominic said, I think I need to get rid of Tanya, then I won't get sick anymore.
You leave my sister alone, Dominic.
I didn't unplug the phone.
I don't reckon.
Somebody said 351 Cleveland said Mrs. Viking and no jet fleas. What are jet fleas?
No clue.
Yeah, Mrs. Viking said jet fleas. Are those mosquitoes?
I thought your orange one on the end was getting hit.
Hey, Catfish Dogs in the house, aka Tim Redenbach. Hey, Dustin, Jody, James Viking. Good evening. Watching before work. Let's get them.
Howdy doody.
You can't get no skunk on your first official Friday.
I skunk last time.
Well, that was your last official Thursday, not on your first official Friday,
I
though.
went Friday night, and I think we caught one at the very end. Remember?
There's
Yep.
too much official stuff going on here.
Well, Jody, I caught one at the very beginning, and you can catch the one at the very end.
Yep.
I'm trying to catch 500 catfish here. It's called the Jodi 500.
The Jodi 500. She says she's going to catch 500 catfish. That's
I
it.
did that last year with channel cats.
Yeah.
Now, maybe next week, if you get 500 this year, maybe next year you should be 500 over a certain weight.
I think that's a tough order, 500. That's like 10 fish a week.
I know.
Skipjack 500 catfish.
You can do 500 skipjack, maybe. I don't know about catfish, though.
Well,
I'm just saying, that's a lot of fish.
the place I fish for channel cats on the
Little
kayak,
guy.
I can catch 30 in 3 hours.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you're going for that, but she's not fishing for those. She's trying to catch real catfish.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
I am too. I've caught a real one tonight.
Yes, you did. I'm just saying.
And we lost shots.
shots fired.
I don't have a channel cat rod out. If I did, I'd already have a couple of them by now.
People
Molina.
want to fish for 500 channel cats or small cats.
I'm not fishing for 500 small ones.
Tim
Hey,
Molina,
Hey, my biggest channel came last year, and it was 22.
Not up here.
Tim Molina said, "Isn't that a?"
It was on the Tennessee River.
365 fish in
I
a
don't
year.
know. They
I
don't get that
think.
big around this area.
I don't think anybody can hear me.
I didn't hear you.
I don't catch that many channel cat up here.
What Tim Molina?
They don't get that big here either, James. You rarely ever see them that big.
Yeah.
That's the only one I've seen that big in person ever.
Yeah, most of the ones I see up here are probably maybe 5-7 pounds.
That's about average here too.
Did somebody say it's Martin's birthday?
Martin's birthday.
It's Ed Evans' birthday on the 15th. Is what I said. I don't know about Martin.
Yep, everybody's saying it's Martin's birthday. He said, "Thank you. Happy birthday, Martin."
Happy birthday, Martin.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Martin. Happy birthday to you.
And
Well, I guess if I catch another good fish, I'll dedicate it to Martin.
did we hit that note?
No, I did not hear you hit that
I
note.
mean, I sang that like
I
a
saw that
songbird.
cat running across the field
No,
over here,
nailed,
coming this
I
way.
nailed that ball.
Yeah, I was trying to tell you. I was trying to tell everybody that, Tom. But
What?
You didn't hit that ball.
Did I hit that bar?
just hanging out at home. 217 said just hanging out at home. Just got home from work. Yeah, just kick back, relax, enjoy the show.
Yeah.
Enjoy the ambiance. Jody and Jane Viking fishing.
Ooh, you got a little tappy tap on that one.
Which one?
Yeah.
Tappy tap.
A little tappy tap? I don't want little tappy taps. I want a little takey downy.
I was gonna take you down.
I know the feeling. I want it just to get hammered.
Well, that involves alcohol.
Yeah.
I want the rod to get hammered.
Oh,
I want a drag, screaming, pole bending, rod holder coming out of the ground. Take down.
losing your
I
rod.
had that once already tonight. I need it again. I didn't get my fix.
Well,
This
thank
is
you.
my drug, and I ain't got my fix yet. It needs to go again.
Epic Catfish in the house. What's going on, Tim? How you doing?
What's up, Epic?
Epic.
217 said always a great show. Love being here.
I ain't got no sonar tonight, Epic. I'm back.
I don't either.
If it did, it would read one depth the entire time.
Yep.
I done snagged out, broke the line, bird nested.
Yeah, that was a beauty of a bird nest right there. I'm telling you, that was just about the whole reel.
Actually, we need to come up with a new name for what you did, Jody.
That was a rat nest.
Mima Waddle Nest.
Looks like my hair a rat's nest.
Mima the Waddle Nester.
Oh, Martin says his birthday will be CatCon. Let me throw you a birthday party, Martin.
Yeah.
Hope you have a good night, Epic. Hope you had a great week.
Night, Epic.
Good
No, I-
night, Epic.
Hoping you had a good night, Epic. He's still here.
Okay. Everybody all set
Oh.
him out already.
Pull you up a chair and kick your shoes off, Epic. Said a while.
What's up, Doc?
I got my shoes on. It's too cold not to.
Epic needs to come up. I haven't heard an Epic story since the last time we fished.
Yeah.
Dominic Collins said, so, Jody, it's a normal night for you then.
Yeah, what's Epic's take on snow fishing?
It's a normal night for me.
My take on it so far is it starts off good and it just mellows out.
We had a 50-degree drop in temperature in 24 hours.
We did too.
Hey, but tell us what that fish looked like you caught, though.
Which one?
The
The first one?
Yep.
It was almost solid white. It's been deep,
Yep. It's been deep and stayed deep.
but it didn't have any mud on it, so it wasn't hunkered on the bottom. It was an active fish.
That's
It
right.
just came out of
Now when I
the
catch
depths to feed,
look at all that.
but it was real sluggy. I knew it was big because it was heavy, but it really didn't fight that hard. It was real sluggish.
Dominic Collins said, Martin is coming from the UK just to visit us for CatCon.
He's gonna have a good time, I bet.
I hope so. It's going to be his birthday.
Can't get much better than that.
Epic said he'll come.
Okay, so look with a guy that doesn't have a southern accent. Got it.
Yeah. We'll have to get a translator for him to talk to Jody.
He knows me.
Yeah, the way you talk though, he's not gonna understand.
Yeah,
you
he
don't
knows.
understand anything you say.
He's been around the whole time. He's been around a lot longer than me.
Lot long.
He knows.
Oh.
Up, it's going, buddy.
What's wrong? I can't see it.
We can't see nothing.
I can't help it.
Still going. Come on, baby. Be there.
Cobb BMV says, greetings, everyone. How you doing, Cobb?
Greetings, Earthling. You got it? Fish on, baby.
There we go.
Is it a big one?
I don't even have to
Hey, Epic, I just dropped the link in the chat.
Get it, James. Woohoo.
Mrs. Viking said tomorrow is her youngest birthday.
Yep, we got to celebrate his birthday tomorrow.
How old is he?
Turns 8.
Nice.
Hey, it matches my 5-pounder.
There you go.
It ain't 5.
It ain't?
No.
Yeah, no, he's got 3. If that.
That fishing channel's in the house saying hello from Missouri. Any luck off the bank tonight? Well, yes.
Howdy,
You
howdy.
came in at the right time. We got like a 1 pound snack size fish. No, I'm kidding.
Snacker.
Well, here you go. This is what's been nibbling for the last 45 minutes.
It's the James Dink Show.
Mwah. Hello.
Oh my God.
Hello to my little friend. Where's your uncle, your grandfather, or your dad, or your somebody bigger than you?
Fishing Fever says, great job, James.
Yep.
You need his mama. His mama's going to have that pot belly.
All right, Jody, your turn.
My turn.
Yep.
Ugh. I'm
Thank you,
Come to
Chris.
think about it, all I've caught tonight is females. I'd like to get one of them big-headed males. That'd make me happy. Those make the best pictures because their head's so large.
There he goes, heading through your line.
Yep. That's a catfish nugget.
That is the Skunk Buster.
Thank you, James.
Yep. That'll be $49.95.
Yeah. Now
That one's about sandwich sized.
Yep.
That's a snack size fish. Freddy's Outdoor Adventures in the house.
Hey,
How you
Fred.
doing, Freddy?
There we go.
Owner of the
What?
FOA Double Y rods. Sorry, I had to think about that. Indiana Chris, what's up?
Did you say something about Epic when we was catching that pole of fish?
Yeah, he said he'd come up, so I put the link in the chat.
Okay, you put it in the chat? Okay.
What?
I didn't know if I need to text it to him.
What?
Epic.
Yeah, I put it in the chat. I can put it in the chat again if he didn't see it. Indiana Chris, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Freddy's Outdoor Adventures in the house.
Woo!
My bot just kind of died.
Lloydie said, pouring a brandy. Happy birthday, Martin. Uh-oh. All right, here we go. Everybody quiet now.
I'm not good at being quiet.
You got epic catfish in the house. Everybody be quiet.
Hey!
Holy moly, I'm on here already.
Surprise.
Hey, Epic.
That was pretty quick. Usually I hit the button and I gotta wait a little bit, but you guys are Johnny on the spot. Let me turn a light on here. Ooh, that's even worse. All right, it's gonna be this one.
Now you're cold?
There we go.
Hands.
Let me check a bait before we get story time. I want to hear this.
Yeah, I'm getting in for story time.
Go ahead and get here.
Hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Freddie. Let me correct myself real quick. It's the double Y rod and tackle now with the FOA brand.
What are you doing? Oh, I just hit it? I didn't. I just pulled it. There you go. I put it there.
All right, now somebody's gonna catch a monster fish now that Epic's in here.
Yep.
That's right. I'm gonna put my mojo on it.
All right. I hope it's mine.
Steve Ranson said the king of the fishing has entered the building.
Ah, geez.
All right, so you got any tips for him fishing from the bank tonight?
Yeah, I hope that fish are either already there or swim to you. Otherwise, that is one thing about bank fishing. You either, they're either there or they're not usually. And, back in the day when I used to bank fish, I thought fish moved around a lot more than they really do. And I thought, well, why won't they move 100 yards? Why won't they move 50 yards? And sometimes they do, but sometimes they don't. There's times when I'm on the boat, I can mark fish in one general area during the, at noon, and they're still there at 5 o'clock, and they're still there at midnight.
Wow.
And sometimes I can mark them, you know, in the same intervals, and then all of a sudden, right before dark, they're gone. So, I mean, it's kind of, you know, and how fast they move depends on how active they are. Sometimes they'll just, you know, sometimes you can mark 25, 30 fish. Like, just say you got a 30-foot basin hole surrounded by 20 foot of water, you know, and the basin hole's not even that big. Maybe it's the size of a big living room, and there's 30 fish in it, and they're all belly to the bottom. They won't bite, but you come back, and then all of a sudden, 20 of them are gone, and you're left with 10 fish. And, you know, you set up on them, you might catch one before they all vacate, or you might catch all 10. It just kind of depends. So, you know, bank angling, you kind of stuck at the mercy of whether they're moving or not, or whether there's any fish in your location or not at all. Because you could set up, you could do all the work, set up, throw out the greatest baits in the world, but if there's no catfish there, or there's no catfish going to be there, well, then you might get the big goose egg.
That's right.
But that's one of the things that's interesting about bank fishing. I mean, it's, you know, it's kind of a do or die thing.
Steve Ransom says, tip number one.
Unless your water has so many, I mean, it has to have a humongous population of fish. If it's got a humongous population of fish, you can almost not ever go wrong, because there's at least going to have to be fish moving, because they can't just control all the primary real estate.
Hey, Epic, what's your thoughts on a 50-degree temperature change in 24 hours?
Oh, that's a rough one right there. A 50-degree temperature change for the worse, I'm expecting, right? Went from warm to cold.
Yeah, it was 70 degrees and now it's like 30.
Okay.
And that's at 24 hours.
Yeah, that's rough. Where are you fishing?
I'm in Watts Bar. Lake.
Okay, so at least you have a pretty decent population of fish.
Yeah.
But still, that is a really. I mean, how have you done so far?
Yeah, little nibbles and stuff. Got one little tiny one, but this isn't that big of a fish spot anyway. Really, it's more of a convenient spot.
Yeah, it's you know, it's unfortunately we would love to be able to, you know, will fish to bite. And sometimes you can, and sometimes you can't. But a lot of times that means, you know, especially when I'm on the water, a lot of times it ends up being that I have to move. You know, maybe I'll select a spot that looks really good, and I'm marking fish, but they just won't bite. I had to do that in a live show not too long ago. We went below the dam, and we concentrated probably 3, 4, 5 hours. What's up, Freddie? So we concentrated 4 or 5 hours below the dam, which is normally for that time of year awesome. But we just couldn't get them to bite. We could mark them all day. We just couldn't get them to bite. And what was happening is that they had shut the water off below from flowing, and they were stacking water up at the top. So we locked through. It takes about an hour. Locked through, marked 3 fish, caught 2 fish. One was about 40, and the other one was about 75. And it only took 20 minutes to do it. So, I mean, sometimes changing location will change your stars. And jumping pools is a big thing too. You know, you get one pool that kind of falls dead, and you need to go to either the one above it or the one below it. Not usually the one below it, because usually if they shut that water off, they'll also shut the other one off to maintain the level, so it doesn't drop too hard, but it'll slow the current so much it'll kill the bite.
Yeah. The wind's blowing straight in, so that should push the bait this way.
Yeah, and I'm just not a fan of wind going directly upriver, because I find it, even if they didn't slow the water at any of the dams, or just say you're so far away from a dam it really doesn't matter, it still slows the water every time. I mean,
Wheeler has a bad habit of doing that.
Yeah,
any type of wind gust on Wheeler upriver, and it just kills it.
It does, and it's so universal. It doesn't matter where you're at. It seems to kill a bite. Upriver wind, and which is good. I'm glad it doesn't kill the bite when it's coming downriver, because that's the most pleasurable time to fish in the wind. And the sucky time is when it's piping upriver. So yeah, we all got lucky there, you know, because it could have the opposite effect. You know, when the wind's coming upriver and blowing you sideways, and you're getting snags, and you're losing tackle, the bite could be great. But I guess if the bite was great, none of us would hate upriver wind.
True.
We'd be like, I can't wait until the wind whips upriver and snags up all of our stuff and we catch the monsters. I mean, we would be. We'd be like, oh boy.
Freddie,
Being on a kayak, I get really affected by the wind.
Oh, I bet. I bet.
Waves don't bother me. It's the change in direction that kills me.
Yep. My hat is off to any kayak cat fisherman that fish like difficult, larger bodies of water. Because if I was like 25 or whatever, 25, 30, 35, I'd be like all for it. That's the greatest thing in the world. But I'm 53. I don't want no part of it. None. I'll let you all just deal with them kayaks. Yeah.
My biggest one on the kayak so far was 68, and it towed me around everywhere.
Oh, I'd feel like a giant bobber.
If I was in a kayak, I'd have to buy lots of gear, flipping and losing it all.
Hey, there's a bite.
Oh, yeah. Not gonna get it
Man,
I missed it.
done.
So,
Freddie, what are you up to tonight?
Oh, nothing. Just painting spooks. Painting spooks tonight.
Hold on. Nice.
Hey, Freddie.
These are the FOA minis that we've got. Going to have them ready for CatCon. Working on green now. But what I really did, I seen Tim was in here. I sent him an email earlier, but I wanted to show these to Tim. What you got here is the Brute, the Demon Dragon Brute. They're
nice.
5.5 inches long, right? Well, these green ones up here I'm working on now are the new FOA jumbo spooks.
Nice.
They're 6 3/4 long. If you include the eyes on the end, they're actually 7 inches long. So epic spooks for epic baits, right?
Dude, I'm gonna seriously try those. I've got I do like to use them at Dead Man's Hole because it's although it is ferocious current, the bottom is fairly slack, and they seem to perform really well there.
Yeah, I just wanted to
I
pop
would
in
like to
and show
use them
that
behind wing dikes quite a bit.
the difference in the size of those.
Oh, yeah.
So,
That's huge.
and now the Brute are pretty loud. These aren't quite as loud. They have more of a dull ring to them.
And hear a thing Freddie said.
Yeah, but those can suspend bigger baits off the bottom too.
That's the whole point of it.
You can probably suspend.
It might be my signal. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
With one that size, you could probably suspend about half a 10-inch skipjack off the bottom.
That's the goal. Something big.
Yeah. As long as the current was pretty slack, but I'd like to try them. I certainly would. Because I've got some of those normal size little ones, the little 4.5, 5 inches or whatever, and they don't do anything in current at all, except for give me a hassle.
Cole, take your blanket back.
A lot of people in chat. Let's see. If I didn't miss anybody.
Epic. I'm gonna try to go after a 100-pound catfish on the kayak this year.
Hey,
Dude, if you do, make sure I get to watch that. I want to see that thing, like bob your kayak underneath the water and have you pop back up like the barrels and Jaws.
Hey, Mike, and Dominic Hollis wants to know why you're snatching that circle hook like that.
I know.
Because I'm pretty sure that was a channel cat, and I was wanting to rip his face off.
Oh, okay.
No way.
It's only 2 o'clock. Yeah.
Dominic, Hey, Freddie, Dominic says he needs some of those.
Well, yeah, I'm sure. I'm gonna have. Again, they're brand new products, so we're probably only gonna have about 40 sets of them for CatCon. So it'd be first come, first serve. We're gonna have them in green, red, and blue. So
Well, I'll be there Thursday night, Freddie.
I'll be there Thursday setting up too, so I'm sure we'll see each other.
All right. So can I answer Dominic's comment or question real quick? So one thing about the shore fishing, even with circle hooks, the propensity for blues to go either most of the time downstream, sometimes upstream, sometimes away from you, and sometimes towards you is actually pretty high. And so since you've had to cast cross current to get to the main channel, you usually have a bunch of slack in your line. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with setting the hook when you're on the shore. I used to do it a lot, even with circle hooks. And I still do it with flatheads, because when a flathead has moved right and he won't pull a bait down, all he's going to do is go into another log. So I just do the technique where and I can't. I'll explain it at CatCon. It's only a month away. I think I've explained it before, but I pull back a little bit and then kind of go up, but it's a nice slow pull. So it's almost exactly like reeling. It's taking the slack up and setting that hook firmly in the corner. You know,
See, normally what I do is I'll reel down until I feel the.
Like, well, just watch. You know, like back when I used to guide, they're like, "Why are you setting a circle hook?" I'm like, "Well, if you want to spend the next 20 minutes not catching any fish, we can watch them pull it and then let it go if you want."
They can't see nothing.
And they couldn't take it after, 2 fish pulled it and let it go. They're like, "Yeah, let's set some hooks," because we caught every single one of them before that.
Right.
See, what I normally do is I reel down until I start feeling the pressure on them, and then I'll lean back into the hook.
Yep.
Sometimes it's a little bit of a snap in there, and sometimes it's not. It just depends on which way the fish is going.
Yep.
If it's going away where I don't need to snap it, I'll just continue to lean back on it. But if it's swimming towards me or something like that, and I know it's got the bait in its mouth, I'm going to snap it to try to drive that hook home.
Yep. Or another way to do it is when you pick up the rod, you constantly reel at the same time you're pulling back, almost exactly like they do in saltwater. And it depends on how far you're casted out too. If you're fairly short, I mean, it doesn't really take very much of a sweep. But if you're
9-foot rods, I'm probably about somewhere where on the 100 yards out.
Yep.
That 12-footer over there is about 150 yards out.
That light is.
So there you go. You're going to have to take up a lot of line to get direct contact with that fish, especially when the temperature has dropped so hard and they're just kind of loosely hanging on to the baits. They're not real aggressive. They're just kind of moseying along.
That 42, she grabbed it and just sat on it.
Yep.
She didn't really move, so I had to set the hook on that one.
Was that today?
Yeah, that was right as the live was opening up.
Okay. Well, there you go. You know what kind of mood they're in.
Alice Liebert, welcome in. How you doing? Says good evening, y'all.
And the one of the biggest differences that I see between anglers now and fishermen from 30 years ago. 30 years ago, a lot of people were unwilling to change their mantra or their mentality to suit how the fish are being. But I see a lot of people now recognizing when they're active, when they're neutral, and when they're negative, and trying to kind of tailor their fishing towards being able to catch fish. And that was an important thing. And 30 some years ago, the only people that were doing it were tournament guys. A lot of the regular fishermen, they were just like, well, I'm not touching that rod till it hits the water. Well, if you're doing that, you're only going to catch fish when they're aggressive and you're on an aggressive batch of fish. But if you want to catch fish most of the time you're on the water, you got to learn what they're telling you on every anchor or every bank spot or every cap.
Yep. You got to know how to read your water.
Yep. And you gotta hear what the fish are telling you. Now it's hard if you're not getting any bites, but if you're getting a lot of bites that are unsuccessful and some that are successful, then you go, okay, what's going on here? Why can I catch this fish but not this one? And the answer used to be one of two things: a gar bite or a small fish. And I'm here to tell you that is not the case most of the time, unless you're in gar and carp water. And most of the time, cat fishermen these days are not fishing carp and gar water.
Well, I've got this spot right here on top of holding big blue cats. It holds a lot of channels.
Okay.
I can tell a channel cat bite because it's quick and snappy.
Yeah.
And a blue cat, it's either going to take it in, set on it, or it's going to run with it. One of the two.
Okay.
Dominic Collis said all of Vikings lines are short casted because I've seen him cast.
Jeez.
He knows better.
Half Century's in the house. How you doing, Half Century? Thanks for coming in.
Hey, 50 cents.
And like this time of year, I don't even like. I'm using skipjack tonight, and I'm not even liking using skipjack tonight. because I know this time of year my fish swap over to eating gizzard shad, brim, stuff like that, and they want the smaller baits. I just didn't have no time to go net no gizzard shad tonight. So I'm using frozen skipjack. It's working, but I have a feeling if I'd had the appropriate bait for this time of year, I would have done a lot better.
Sometimes it's hell to know a lot. Sometimes it's bliss just throwing out the worst bait in the world and catching a fish or two when you don't know any better. It's horrible when you know you don't have the right bait, and it's like somebody's driving a spike right into my head. I'm like, oh geez, I need moon eye. It's daytime. I can't get moon eye. It's horrible. All I got, is this or that, or if I had skipjack, because we don't have a big skipjack population on the Mississippi River where I'm at. The water's not clear enough. Some of the pools
I've had skipjack popping around me all night. And
yeah.
my doofus self forgot the bait rod at the house.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Jody.
I had to catch them with 50-pound test and a catfish rod one time.
Oh wow.
It was terrible, but I managed to catch a few.
I don't even think I have any skipjack rigs in the car. I think I just left all the skipjack stuff at the house. I think fresh bait would have done a lot of difference tonight too.
Most of the time it does.
Hey,
Not
Jody,
all the time.
I think she's sleeping. Well, JTC, I tried to get her attention. Jeremy Tournament Cat's in the house. He said, word on the street.
Jeremy's in the hit day.
He said, word on the street says, Jody, you've been looking for me. Well, JTC is here.
Yeah,
What's up, JTC?
What's up, Jeremy?
He was the one that got me in the Vegemite challenge. He told Hogleg I was one. That's how I got in it.
Well, you did a good job in that challenge. You did it.
I'm still sick of it.
Now, Epic, I got a question for you. Does your cats during the winter move to smaller baits too?
Yeah. I mean, there's no question about that. Can they eat big baits? Yeah, but their bite window on activity level is so short that you'll just end up canceling yourself out of a lot of opportunity by waiting for. You'll lose opportunity on big fish as well as small fish during the winter.
That's why I mainly throw small baits in the winter here.
Yep. And almost every cat fisherman is really attuned to that these days. Even a lot of people that are on TikTok, which are not really known for having a whole bunch of super intelligent, really heartfelt fishing in mass. But there is a lot of good ones that are on TikTok, and they know the drill.
Or the Thumpaholic fishing in the house saying, hey, all, what's going down?
Hey.
Hope it's a jig. Let's see.
Which in the wintertime too, to wean out some of them smaller fish, I do throw a bigger hook. I don't downsize my hook.
Okay.
Just to try to wean out them fish.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Morgan said, Epic, I found that I catch more fish in the winter without spooks flat on the bottom. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I run nothing but Carolina rigs during the wintertime. Yep. I don't run Santee.
Yep. In the winter, that is going to work well, except for if you're in like a slow moving basin hole that has suspended fish. And really the bite window is pretty short on that anyway. I don't generally use a lot of spooks because the water that I fish isn't really very advantageous to spooks. But once I get Freddy's Gigantor spooks, then I'm going to try it in a couple spots. Because honestly, those little spooks that I got, those are made for power plant lakes and slow water. Like I could use them on the Ohio River, and I'm not looking down on slow rivers. I'm just saying I fish the fast water stuff. If you can imagine it, it wants to hold a bait up, but it's not going to because there's too much current. It'll just flap it straight to the bottom, and it's no different than a Carolina. Only now, I've kind of convoluted the whole situation. And I don't know if it's the way I cast, but I will in the air tie them things in knots somehow.
Huh.
You know, like I'll have a spook and my baits kind of circle each other and sometimes tie a knot right around the spook. Now, luckily, I can tell it when it's in the current like that, or you know, thereabout, because it'll wave too much. But yeah, I've reeled some in that I didn't notice, and I mean, if I have hooked a huge fish with that knot in it around that spook, I probably would have broke him off in 5 cranks. So you know, a buddy of mine came to down to the river. He's an Ohio River fisherman, and he had I'm talking some nice rods. He had awesome reels. He had great line, and he had all kinds of Christmas tree ornaments hanging from, you know, the beginning of his leader all the way down to the end. And I just held that up on the deck like this, and I just took my scissors and cut it and just let them all drop right to the. I said, we're not using that here. And you know, he caught his personal best that night at 3:45 in the morning, and it was 80 pounds.
Wow.
But we would have had no shot in the scenario that we were fishing with spinners and rattles and you know all the tournament type Ohio River stuff. And I don't look down on it at all. I just for that situation I was like, oh no.
I'm not muted. First off. James farted and he's sitting in front of the heater and it's blowing back here on me.
I did not.
And I can't open the door.
Nice.
Jody, share the heater.
You got 66 people that heard that.
We know she's a heater, huh?
You're sitting in the front seat with the heater going full blast and me back here at this door that won't open and you back in the car.
Hey, I almost burnt my pants leg off when I was fishing with Bobcat. He went to hand me something and I leaned over. Oh, there's the otters. The otters have arrived.
Yeah, it'll be close. Real-time catfishing's in the house. If he was 5 minutes ago.
Right there.
How you doing, Mr. Parker?
Better not drop another one.
Hey, Mr. Parker.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, I've been.
But anyway, let me jump back out of here. I'll be listening in the chat. I got to get back to painting. I've got about 600 spooks altogether to paint by the end of the month.
Hey, Freddie. Get to work.
Well, Freddie, you better get on it because I got to get me some of them.
I know, right?
Oh yeah.
Freddie, you gonna have any of them kayak rods down there? That's
all I got. Well, they're double Y rods. Yeah, they're for youth and yak and boat and whatever you want to use them for.
I want to get me one to try it out on the kayak.
We'll have about 150 of each size.
Freddie, you got any rods that would like deal with my situation?
I'll tell you what, you could probably try one.
Okay.
You know, because I'll say it. Stand 3 is caught mid 60s on my little 5 foot and had no trouble bringing them in on the James River.
Yep.
Well, I used to fish the James and the Mississippi and the James, whole different animal.
But
at least where I'm at. I mean, you can find slower pools on the Mississippi. I just don't fish slower pools. I fish the fastest, craziest, dumbest water ever. But, you know, and I haven't found too many rods that I trust in that situation.
I'd say we'll talk at CatCon. I'm
sure
because
enjoy.
And then Creole had his son, the 6-footer he had with his son with a 34-pounder on the Mississippi, caught it with no problem. So
nice. I'll give it a try. You know, I'd rather promote somebody that's got a small business and all that than I would, these big giant companies. They don't need help from Epic Catfish. Maybe Freddie does.
Maybe Freddie does.
Oh, yeah. He got a fish, but I can't open this back gate.
But we'll catch y'all later. Good luck, Jody and James and Viking.
Can you put in some?
Thanks for coming in.
And we'll talk to you soon, Tim.
Yep.
Can you put James solo?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't open this back glass.
Okay.
Get it, James. I feel like a dog stuck back here.
Small water charters in the house.
Hey,
James, one more and you've caught up to me.
He can't hear you. I'm stuck in the car.
Oh.
I shut the thing to warm up a minute, and then I can't open it.
My money says it opens from the outside, Jody.
Yeah. I thought they all had a safety thing, though. Oh, that's a little bit bigger than the other one.
That looks a little better.
Yeah. It is a little bit better. It's about, that's a 5-pounder, I'd say.
I think I caught my 3 fish off the dock tonight and I'm done. Well, I did miss that one. Well, it dropped it, but I went ahead and set the hook anyways. Because hook sets are free.
He wants to know if James is still lingering.
Yeah. Thank God it's fresh air.
Hey, look at her. You said finally air she can breathe.
She's all locked in there. She's talking. Say something. What? Okay. No, I didn't fart. It was her. Yeah, all right. Yep. She's a gas mask.
922 said James wanted some peace and quiet, and he hit the lock button.
Yep. So that's 2 for tonight. What do you got? Oh, you haven't gone?
Thanks.
That's because you're just sitting in there being a heater hog.
Heater hog. Who called me a heater hog?
See you later.
I'm going to get me one of them buddy heaters.
This is the older brother, so go get your uncle or your grandfather.
Gold Rush said nice.
I had a bite. And I just didn't.
2 last night, 2 tonight. Big bigger.
That thing was massive.
Jody, it's your turn.
I know.
We kept trying to tell her that last night, but she still wouldn't catch one.
I tried.
She flat out refused.
What are you doing with yourself, Jody?
She's not in her element. That's what it is. She's on the bank, not in the pontoon.
Yeah, Pontoon Jodi's missing the pontoon.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's wrong with me.
Tim, we tried to tell her that she needs to back the pontoon down on the bank and just fish from the boat.
I was gonna back the pontoon down, and my battery wasn't charged.
Yep, no charge on the battery.
'Cause I'm like,
Well,
"Back the pontoon."
You know, Dustin, I used to give seminars in the back of my boat because we did this thing called, it was Catfish Camp, and we'd have like 400 or 500 people show up. It was on the Mississippi River at like a big campground. And yeah, I just backed the boat right into the middle of the crowd and do it off the boat. That it is so much more comfortable than like being on stage and trying to do all the props and all that stuff because you're just in your element. I mean, you walk around in the boat, you grab the stuff right out of the rod holders, you cast into the crowd. It was pretty amazing. I tried to do last CatCon to ask somebody, but they all had tops on them, they had like 4 foot of deck space on the back.
You cast it, I believe, because you come close to hitting me.
Yeah. Well, I did cast, and I'm probably going to again. But no, I'm out of my element. If there is a bimini top, if there is a cabin on it, I feel really hemmed in. Now, that is one of the reasons why I don't fish in the winter usually, because you freeze your hind end off. But I feel a little bit hampered.
Gotcha.
To say. Now, is Freddie still in here?
No, he popped out.
I like being pampered.
Well, if Freddie watches this, this is the size of reel I need a rod to fit. Something like that.
He's got a 6 foot rod it might fit on.
Yeah, I'm not. I like 6 foot rods if they are only a down rod. I like 7.6 minimum, and usually I like something that's almost 8 foot for casting rods.
Wow.
Because I need that extra fulcrum for those giant weights and baits,
Right.
And because too short and they just sort of lag. I just can't get the distance.
You know, I've got 7-foot rods, and I never bring them out because if I'm on the kayak, I like 6, 7 rods, and if I'm on the bank,
Yep.
I like 10 foot or larger.
Yep, that's right. That's right. And I've got some 10s and 12s that I used to use off the bank all the time. Yeah, as a matter of fact, there's even a couple that I'll use that are lighter weight that are 9.5 to 11, because when I'm in a situation that I need to really range out, I'll put 20-pound test on like a Garcia 7000 and, cast 100 yards from the boat because I want to target certain areas at the same time. There's Freddie. So here you go, Freddie.
Sit back here.
Want to hit me on full screen real quick? Yeah, there we go.
And then I'll
This is the size reel I'm looking at coupling with a rod. So you'll get the idea right there. So, and then,
Okay.
you know what though? I'll bet Freddie's got some flathead style rods that would fit something like this. And I am in need of a couple of more flathead rods. That's for sure.
I'm sure he'll come up with something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steven Chisholm's in the house. How you doing, Steven? Thanks for coming in.
It's cold, buddy.
You
I
only,
ain't been
you only got
At
an hour.
least you got a heater, Jody. I'm out here in the wind.
I ain't got it here. I'm sitting in the car.
You've only got an hour and a half left, Jody.
That's it.
That's it.
Is this kind of a challenge tournament thing?
Nah,
Okay.
just fishing. Having
I'd
fun.
say if it was, I'm winning.
Yeah. Yeah.
I owe Jody for Midnight Madness, anyways.
I wore you out, Madness, so
Freddie said, "Wow, that'd be interesting to see that huge reel on my little rods."
I think Freddie's probably got some that may be able to suit some of what I need. Yeah,
It's like the size reel you need a roller rod for.
I do have some.
I've got a 28-aught circle hook. I want to get a roller rod and a big reel, then drop about a 5-pound carp down and see what happens
Yes, yeah.
up above the dam. That
You
way
know, I have learned that your bite ratio hookup does drop once you get anything over about 1.5 foot long.
your corn hole
Because if you're going to stuff that
get hot
if
doing
you
that.
do, just cut a really big one, like maybe a 10-pound buffalo right in half, and just hook him in the nose. That did way better for me than using those 2-foot suckers and 2-foot carp.
About 3 lives ago on my channel, I threw out about a 4-pound buffalo head, and it got picked up.
Yeah, nice. Oh yeah,
But it was also a lot warmer then.
Yeah, those big blues that they'll. All right, I got something right here that y'all should see. I have literally used baits this big and caught 70s.
Wow.
Plus on baits this stinking big.
What time of year though?
Oh, August.
August. Okay.
No, not in the winter. Okay, in the winter, I'm using baits about like this big.
Yep.
Or, at the biggest, something like that.
Right.
Well, the channel cats came back.
All right. Tim Redball, Catfish Dog said, "Time for work. Gotta go. Good luck, y'all."
Not Tim.
All right. Thanks for coming in, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, I got to tailor my talking points between when I'm talking during the winter and in the summer, because I talk summer all year. I'm kind of done with that winter stuff, especially since my population of gigantic fish start leaving about, probably a couple of weeks before Halloween.
So that's a great segue. When I think it was last time you were on Jody's show, Stan 3 was trying to ask a question, but he doesn't know if he got it across like he wanted to, if you understood it.
Yeah.
He was trying to ask how far the blues would move. Do you think the fish would move from the city all the way out to Hopewell? You think
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I know for a fact they do, because Chris Harris and I, back in 2006, 2007, I specifically wanted him to take me by the city in the wintertime because I wanted to see what that population is. And he pretty much told me that the population of big fish has basically all moved. And just in the interest of science, because we had the time, I went and scouted that whole area from the falls all the way down. And by the time we contacted enough big fish, we were Hopewell and down.
Wow.
And that was I think it was November.
Okay.
I mean, not that we didn't see an occasional bigger fish, 40, 50 pounds. They're up there still.
Right.
When I talk about all of my fish have moved down, yeah, 80% have.
Okay.
There's still an occasional fish, but it is sullied the pool so hard. There's not that many giant fish anyway. But then take 80% of them and move them way past St. Louis, all the way down, Knoxville area, all the way down to Creel's area, and then split another 25% of them off, and they go up to Missouri quite a ways to winter. And what am I left with? I'm left with 4 hours of travel,
That's
a
just
hotel stay, $500 to maybe have a shot in 3 trips of a huge fish. It just doesn't pencil for me.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, it is.
So how long do you think it would take
Lights on.
for that population to move from the city down to, say, Hopewell?
If they wanted to, about 1 day.
It's the charger that's in my bag.
If they were motivated, and let me tell you a story how I know this. Radio telemetry studies done in about 2002 on blues from, I believe it was Quincy, made it through 4 dams past St. Louis in 1 day. And they actually they literally tagged some huge fish that they had caught in commercial fishing nets. They were like 60s, 70s, and 80s. And it didn't take them long. I mean, that's 100 miles in 1 day is not, I mean, and let's think about it. The James isn't but what, 28 miles from the falls to the, salt line, basically?
Right.
Yeah, so 1 day, I feel pretty comfortable saying that.
Okay.
But they can also move up in a day. Blues are highly migratory, and it depends on time of year, amount of daylight, and water temperature on everything that's going on. And then you add the fact that it's kind of a lake situation for most of the river. It's not like the whole river flows hard. Okay,
Right.
so they can literally get out of the main channel with the hard flow and just sort of go up. But generally speaking, by the time you get to like Christmas, a lot of the big fish are down, and a lot of the big fish literally never come up that far.
Right.
Your phone charging now?
Okay.
I can't tell.
Should be.
I wonder who that is in the biggie. I wonder who that is.
I don't know. That's why.
Austin from Fishing Fever said there's no way Epic had a melon and L&M sitting there together, not knowing he would do that segment. That was awesome.
No, it's true. I didn't have an idea. The stinking melon, my wife brought it in, and we don't even eat those things. I'm going to grind it up in the grinder for the chickens. I didn't even know I was going to be on anybody's live tonight.
Well, we're glad you are.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, Jeff, he does do live streams. Just not during the winter. Right? You don't do lives during the winter?
Me?
Yeah.
Just talking ones.
Okay.
Like I'll get a wild hair and get my my whiteboard out, and I'll do Professor Catfish stuff.
Nice.
But no, I don't do any live streams in the winter.
Okay.
Unless y'all want to see me try to throw for monster fish and pretty much fail at it like all day and then into the next day. Yeah. Because
So
I'm
you're
still
saying-
not going to throw overly small baits because, I mean, I just don't. But then again, I went down there in the winter a lot of times, and it's like the surface of the moon. It's either 15-pound fish or nothing.
Right.
Now, I'd go on the Tennessee River system, because one thing about the Tennessee River system is that the fish, there's no alternative for the fish in the Tennessee. Okay, they can't just go 3 dams down, and it's a way better wintering situation than where they're at.
Right.
And plus, I'm not an expert on the dams at the Tennessee, but I've seen a lot of them. They look like they're not really passable. I mean, they can, just like they can in a lot of rivers, like they can lock through if they wanted to. But blues just don't seem to lock through very well. And we know this because the uppermost pool that I fish for blues, there's no blue cats above it because it's a hydroelectric dam and the water spills off the top. Well, I've seen a couple Tennessee River dams, and they're almost exactly like that. So the population seems to be kind of stuck in those pools.
The gas, look at it all come in. It's coming into the gas.
Austin says, I have to believe Epic is always prepared to open a classroom session.
Yeah, that's kind of right, Fishing Fever, because
Front seat.
I may get a call at any moment from somebody I know that has a question, so I'm kind of all ready. I'm always ready for that stuff. And I got crap laying around that just in case I need it. But I didn't plan the melon. Not at all.
Austin, I've never been in a live that Epic's just popped into that I haven't learned something.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of cool. That's really, and I enjoy it. I really do.
And
I'm
it
kind of
shows.
in my element at CatCon.
I've gone back.
So many people I get to talk to.
The fish finder like 4 times.
And it shows that you like that too, because you have a lot of enthusiasm when you talk about it.
Literally, I tamp down my enthusiasm as hard as I can because I'll start running amok. And when I first started getting onto lives, if you watch any of my old live shows where there was other people involved, I just talked incessantly, and no one else had a chance. So I'm like, just calm down. There'll be time.
I'd love to
You're
have
doing a great job tonight.
like my new book, show me how to use it all.
217 says, it's always great to listen to Epic talk and tell stories and share his experience with us. I agree.
Well, it sure is fun to be able to see people fishing, hear comments, hear questions, and talk to people that like catfishing as much as I do. Because really, that's kind of a rare thing. I've been collecting people for like 30 years, and I do have a lot of psycho catfishing friends that aren't on the internet. They watch YouTube, but they never say anything, and they're flat out good, But I've been talking to them so long, they're all to the point in which they have a rare question. I mean, just a rare question, and so I really like this because that's one of the big things I did when I ran Crowcats is I would kind of mentor people over the phone, and this is even better because there could be 100 people in here, and if some people, if they don't care, they don't ask a question. If somebody does, they ask a question. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I've seen there's different levels of people, like like when you have stand 2 and stand 3, because I hang out with them a lot. When they're in chat, they have a lot of knowledge, but they still have a lot of questions, a lot of things to learn. So they know what to ask.
They
like
do.
me, I'm still in my infancy when it comes to catfishing. Myself and Sean, my fishing partner, and there's a lot of times that I just don't know what questions to ask because I don't know what I don't know.
Sure.
So that's why when you're in there, I just listen and I soak as much as possible.
Well, remember one thing. There's no question that I'm going to look down on. There isn't one. Because there is no question I didn't ask myself at some point. And there is no answer that I'm completely right about. There's always something about fishing that's going to be different for everybody else's experience. And, I do talk a little bit, a matter of factly. And sometimes I think, or I'll rewatch a live and I'll say, I probably shouldn't have said that because I shouldn't say the words never. I shouldn't say the words always because those are like, oh, and we got a fish. See? Uh-oh. And he's off.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're asking me.
Yeah, I've asked this before of other people and never really still understood. And I keep my gear the same year round. But I've heard people say like you're supposed to shorten your leader lines of a winter. Is that true, and why?
I'm not a big fan of long leaders anyway.
Yeah, mine's about 18 inches.
I prefer 12.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why I think this, and it is only a theory. I can't prove it. If I could ask the catfish that I catch, I'd be on it. But I can't, because they just can't speak English as well. But I believe through experience that there are activity levels that are probably a lot more prevalent than what a lot of people imagine, where a catfish is going to use a small amount of energy, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to do one concerted effort. If he misses, he'll never hit again. And it happens a lot with flatheads, big flatheads. It happens a lot with probably less with big blues. So I tend to keep my leader line shorter, especially with live baits for flatheads, for one, because I don't want a flathead that's, just barely acceptable to feeding at the moment. Because how many times have you had which it's going to be difficult for people like fish the Tennessee or the Mississippi in the main channel, because usually if flatheads are running around in deep water in main channel, they're usually acceptable to biting pretty well. Okay, but if you're targeting them during the day, if you're targeting them on their cover, and if they just barely have enough energy or will expend that much energy to go after a bait fish once, if the bait fish can evade them because they got an 18-inch, flying around, may never hit again. And my hookup ratios with especially flatheads increased humongously with a shorter leader. Now, I don't want a leader so short that when he engulfs it, he gets the sinker in his mouth too. And that has happened to me. So I don't go down to a 6 or a 10-inch leader, an 8-inch leader, because when a big flathead opens up its big bucket mouth, the whole thing will go in, and I've literally set the hook back before circle hooks and missed the fish totally, but I felt it. And then I look at my sinker and it's got teeth marks in it. Now, once I went to 12 inches, I've never had that happen again. But, too short and it's a detriment, too long, it's a detriment. So I just kind of settled on 12. And like I said, it is a theory of mine. So whatever works for you guys, keep doing it. If it's working to your satisfaction level.
Mine's not.
Sorry, Jodi, go ahead.
But Jodi,
Yeah.
I would, if I was anchor fishing in the winter, I would definitely choose a shorter leader, probably not any shorter than 12, but probably not any longer than 12.
Okay.
12, 13, 14, 18 seems a little bit exorbitant to me, but I mean, I'm not an expert on the Tennessee River, especially in the winter.
Yeah. We get a lot of short bites.
Oh, if you're getting a lot of short bites,
Yeah.
you definitely don't want a super long leader if you get a lot of short bites.
Okay.
So does it matter? Well, I guess it wouldn't matter really whether you're using a Santee Cooper or a Carolina rig
James, you probably got hit just then.
when it comes to leader length.
The one beside
Well,
okay.
Mine or yours?
yeah. I mean, that's a nice distance. I mean, I feel good with what Viking has in the winter. Even if it's 15 inches or whatever, and wintertime is one of those things that they go through such a bigger cycle of activity level than they do in the summer. They still go through a swinging activity level where one day, we all know, there's some days every fish that hits is on. That's it. And then the next day, it's only half the fish that hits. Especially when you know the bite is difficult. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, we just got hit by the dinks today." Nope, not necessarily. I mean, it may be true because big fish are the first ones to go inactive, but watching that rod tip. If it's real vibrating in the summer, you can almost guarantee that it's a small fish. But in the winter, it's really difficult to, because they won't do the donk and then then feed it down as much in the winter. Sometimes they'll just rock it. Sometimes they'll just move a little sideways and stop. Maybe they'll just sit on it. And for a big blue to bite a bait and to sit on it just seems not right. It just seems like it just shouldn't happen, but it does.
Yeah. So
It happened at the start of the live today. That 42 pounder grabbed it and just sat on it.
Yep.
I had during the second round of the James versus Tennessee, I had a fillet out there, and I ended up catching it was a 33-pound blue, but he would suck in part of the fillet and sit there, and then he'd take a little bit more of it in. And take a little bit more of it. You saw the rod tip kind of go like that. Then it would sit there for a couple seconds. It'd go like that again. So.
Yep. It's the amazing, crazy stuff that fish do that we don't expect. Because we don't get any less hungry in the cold. We probably get hungrier in the cold. So, I mean, when it's cold out, we can tear up a sandwich now. Yeah, in the summertime when it's kind of hot, we're like, I'm kind of hungry, but whatever. But that's the difference between cold-blooded and warm-blooded,
right?
Especially since our brain takes so much. Our giant brain takes so many calories to even run. So they have a very tiny brain. It takes almost no calories to run theirs. Right. The only thing they really need calories for in the wintertime is to sustain weight and trust me on this one, their digestion is so slow in the winter. They're full a lot of times. Right. So, you got full fish. They're actually growing, believe this or not, they grow more in the wintertime than they do the hot water period.
I believe it.
They literally lose weight in the hot water period. And magazines and magazine editors used to say that, they're putting the weight on for the winter in the fall. Absolutely not true. It's just that they're
because that 58 pounder I caught was skinny.
Yeah, and you can still have, you can have weird looking fish, kind of weird, but in general, you're always going to have what's called an outlier. You're going to have if you do a study on the growth rates of flatheads, your average fish in a medium-sized, large tributary in Illinois is going to be somewhere around 20 years old for a 25-pound fish. But then you'll have these weird outliers that a 25-pound fish might be 35 years old. You might have a really young fish that made it to 25. There's always going to be those little 8-10% outliers that break the mold of the normal.
Yeah, the bell curve.
Yeah, exactly. So I try to talk about the norm instead of the weird outliers, because I could amaze you guys with like crazy stories all day, but it doesn't help, because if we all start thinking that a 90-pound blue is 16 years old, which there has been people come to that conclusion because they have aged some blues at 96 pounds and 16 years old.
Wow.
Well, think about this. If a blue cat at 96 pounds was only 16 years old, we'd all be catching 100-pounders everywhere we went.
Yep.
It just can't be true. I cannot believe a biologist would publish something like that because one fish that was a crazy whatever, or they just did the dissection a little bit sideways and a couple of the growth rings kind of stuck together, and then all of a sudden it's only 16 instead of 36. But I literally chewed some biologists' asses back in the day. I'm like, are you kidding me? You put that in there? I said, you know better than that. But I kind of knew the guy, but I still was a little bit more forceful and passionate when I was 23 than 53. But anyway, there's been a lot of irresponsible things published about catfish, especially 20 years ago. Just flat out irresponsible. The magazines knew it was a rarity. They knew that there was outliers. They knew that there were special circumstances, and they didn't put it in the thing, and it misled thousands of people.
Wow. Hey, real quick.
I can relate to that with I work and breed a lot of reptiles. We've got some that same species will be hit sexual maturity in a year. And then you got some that take 3 years to hit sexual maturity.
Yep.
Everything grows differently. Not one animal's the same. It'll have a different growth rate.
And what are you talking about again? What growth rate on what?
I see it with like you were talking about 16-year-old fish being 90 pounds. I can kind of relate to that because we work with reptiles and we've got
Reptiles. Yes.
We've got some geckos. Like I work with crested geckos primarily.
Yeah.
We've got some crested geckos that have hit sexual maturity in a year, and then we've got some that take 3 years, 4 years maybe.
And sometimes it's due to population density. Sometimes it's due to nutrition and diet. Sometimes it's due to optimum temperature. So you've got all of those factors that go into that. But you got to look at the bell curve and what's your biggest population and average it from there. Because just like you said, but the story of the 16-year or 18-year, whatever it was, blue that was 96 pounds, that is so far off the charts because you don't even get close to, on the average, 50 pounds in 25 years. Okay, even with blues.
Right.
Because it takes a decent amount of time for them to get big enough to where they're going to start packing on enough weight. Because between the time they're born, they're only half the size of your finger right there. You can literally see through them when they're still a month old.
Yep.
You can still see through them, and they're eating plankton. And most of them will never survive to actually get big enough. But the ones that are lucky enough to, or have the genetic propensity to be aggressive enough at an early age, and they little Pac-Man sucks up all the the plankton, and he starts eating little baby shad, and then he starts eating mollusks and everything else, and pretty soon, but it still takes a good 5-6 years for a blue cat, even in the best of circumstances, unless they are fed like highly nutritious food and they don't have to do much work in a lake situation. They're like kind of fed by fish pellets and all that stuff. But in a natural river situation, it is still going to take a decent amount of time to get, and they're going to grow fast, but it still takes a decent amount of time to where they can get till they have a mouth big enough to accept bigger pieces of food that they can eat with very little energy. Think of that one. And sorry to seminar you, but it's one of those things that I've done a lot of like extensive research, and I've talked to a lot of fisheries actual geniuses. Some of them are done in a post. I don't even know why they have that job, but some of them are really, really intelligent and forward thinking.
Hey, I like it. I'm learning a lot.
Hey, real quick, sorry, folks. Jody's phone died, so I'm trying to get the link out to James. I just put it in the chat.
Yeah, put her the link out there so she can get back in.
Yeah, I got it. I was trying to read a couple of other chats that were up here, and I just
okay, thank you.
Catfish hypnotized. Yep.
Uh-oh. Steve just disappeared.
Maybe he just came up here to tell me to drop the link.
Oh.
But no, I was just going to say, yes, Ronnie Oakley, I will be fishing the winter blues. I'm on the 21st. Sorry, James. There you are. Sorry, Jody. I was trying to keep an eye on chat at certain spots.
What's up? No, I'm on right now.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hold on. We got some questions. Hold on a second.
Guess who's back?
Missed all the action.
Jody's back.
Back
We got a whole lot of nothing.
Hey,
Jody's
I didn't
back.
pull hard
Yeah,
enough
you're
on a
back.
fish a minute ago and I lost it.
All right, Mike Chavez, how you doing? Welcome in. It says, question for the professor. How well do blue cats tolerate salt water?
All right, Mr. Chavez, this is another thing that I studied up on probably 15 years ago. And a lot of it is more anecdotal than it is anything else. But I do have friends on many different tidal rivers, and I've got a couple of them that report to me pretty big fish in the Altamaha getting caught in the tidal water section that are blue cats. Also, I did know a couple guys that they almost exclusively targeted saltwater fish down in the tidewater pool on the James, and they would catch big blues, especially if they were using blue crabs, especially if they were using eels, especially
Now trying to get you thrown in
they're
this
fishing
over.
for redfish
The
and
taste
catching
is so big
30-pound
to
blues
put
down
it in.
there. Now, does that necessarily mean anybody did a test on parts per million? No. But I will say this one, gaff tail, saltwater catfish will come up into New Orleans pretty hard when the saltwater is fairly pretty high per million, but yet they'll still catch blues in that, and every once in a while flathead, and just sort of that brackish water thing. So I think they'll tolerate it. Now, can they stay in saltwater like bull sharks can stay in freshwater? I don't believe so, because they don't have a mechanism. Okay, they don't have an anatomical mechanism, but I do believe they can be fairly resistant to it. It's just they can't live in there. And here's something else: fish do not drink water. None of them. You would think that's what they would do. They would just open their mouth and drink. They don't. They get all their water from osmosis, basically taking it in through their skin. They're semi-permeable. The skin is. So I would believe that their mechanism
Yeah, I'm gonna let you have this back here.
is, it's possible that salt doesn't get through a catfish's slime coat like it would a scaly fish, if you get what I mean. So as
Like
they're
your
taking
scaly
in
fish are more susceptible to dying from salt water than a slick-skinned fish like a catfish.
I think so, but my hypothesis here is that the slime coat, since it on catfish is very thick, I am betting that it lets small molecules like H2O through a lot better than it does NaCl, because those are going to be bigger molecules. So I believe that the mechanism isn't a biological mechanism; it's just a fact of how they drink water.
So I got a friend that does a charter out in the ocean every year. He goes out there and gets the same charter, but he's talked to the charter captain that he takes out, and the captain's told him that he didn't see a lot of blues out in the Chesapeake Bay, right, at some point. But after that, I can't remember which hurricane it was. I guess the water pushed them all out there, and he said the population out in the bay has grown because of the water. It pushed them all out there, and they stayed out there.
Well, that is due to population encroachment. Okay.
That and with a lot of rain and a lot of storms, it causes the salinity level to drop. You see it a lot in fish tanks too. I keep saltwater and freshwater tanks. I can adapt a freshwater fish like a molly or something to live in saltwater.
Really? Interesting.
Yes. Mollies and platies you can adapt to live in saltwater.
That why? It's not
Kevin said, "Then
But you have to slowly get them
to
immunity to saltwater."
That's kind of a fact, Kevin.
good fish, Jody.
I want to apologize to chat. I was mesmerized on what Epic was saying, and I missed a bunch of questions and a bunch of comments, and then Jody popped out, came back in. So I do apologize. I'll try not to let it happen again. No problem. So
he was in Epic Land.
You're slacking, Dustin. You're slacking.
I know.
You're not the only one.
I'm happy about that. I'm learning a lot, and I'm learning a lot of the stuff I do is right.
Yeah.
It's okay, Dustin. It was only about 300 messages.
Yeah, I know. I've gone back through and I've read them all. 217.
I haven't checked chat in over 1,093 messages.
217 Rebel Outdoors wants to know, Epic, I have a question for my home lake. Is Clinton Lake in Illinois, and it's a power plant lake. The fish always seem to pattern different than on different parts of water. Any ideas why that is?
Well, first, to give you an intelligent answer to that, I kind of know what you're angling at, but I am going to need a little bit more information. I'm going to need to know
What?
as far as
No, I gave you all sorts of them.
kind of what parts
No, I
of the
got
lake are you talking about, as well as what is different
Your one's
about
cold, not me.
how they're patterned. Because I'm very familiar with Central Illinois power plant lakes, but I'll kind of run off at the head if I just take a stab at it. So if he would please, say, okay, this is what I'm finding, at least like 2 to 3 examples, then I could probably get closer to the real answer.
Okay.
Because otherwise, I'm going to talk like for an hour, and I may not even hit what he's talking about.
I've learned Wheeler is it's a power planted reservoir, and I've learned during the wintertime a lot of the fish will stack up on the hot water discharge. But most of those fish are inactive.
Okay. Now, I did probably a 10-year search through the winter. How's it going, Melissa? Because I had heard, and I had also theorized, of course, if I was a catfish, I'd go to a warm water discharge and set up. It might be 80 degrees in there. I'll just hang out. And I thought, well, that's where these big fish got to be. So I went to probably 20 different ones on 5 different rivers in the middle of the United States. And I almost never found huge fish in there. I found fish all the time. Fish are opportunistic. But to find a fish over 20 pounds was actually pretty rare. And I did it for several winters. But I could find big fish upstream where there wasn't any hot water. And I could find it way downstream where the water was the same as anything else. Just say your average water temperature is 42 degrees. But yet, in a hot water discharge up close, it's 80, and then, it's 65, and then it's, 50 a quarter mile downstream. But I noticed scaled fish like drum. There was plenty of shad hanging out in there because they need plankton, okay? But it didn't seem to attract large fish because, and this is a guess as well. It's a pretty educated guess, but I believe that the instincts for a large fish to do what it has been programmed to do over thousands of years is stronger than the Pavlovian dog response. They may come up there and take advantage of it, but they don't seem to sit in it because it doesn't have the right depth and it doesn't have the right current for the winter. It doesn't have, even though the water temperature is summer water temperatures, it doesn't seem to attract giant fish. Now, if you're in a thing like the Tennessee River, you may have a situation where the warm water has all 3 or 4 attributes that will hold them during whatever part of the year. Maybe it has the right depth. Maybe it has the right current. Maybe it has the right amount of bait fish. And it's possible that, and I kind of know how the Tennessee River is built, the TVA system. It's possible that it's so far away from a natural situation because really the Tennessee River wasn't very big at one time. It was more of a medium-sized river. Matter of fact, I would classify it as a tertiary tributary. So you got your main river, Mother River, which is the Mississippi. Then you got the Ohio, which is a secondary, a primary tributary, and then you got the tertiary, which is basically 3 removed. So the catfish situation on the Tennessee is more, I would say, I don't know how to call it besides more it is a lot more different. I'm trying to be careful with what I say here. It's a lot more artificial than the Mississippi River level, even though it's artificial as well. I mean, the Mississippi has been changed. In the summertime, it didn't have near the volume of water in that before dams. Not at all.
So 217 Rebel Outdoors has more clarity. He said, okay, we fish the hot water side between the hot water discharge. In the winter, fish will be slim to not there. But in the summer, they are stacked when the water that is at the hottest in the summer.
Yes. and I just kind of covered that a little bit, because their natural instincts when the water's cold is to not be in that faster current. It's to be in the slower current. Okay, their metabolism is lower. They're so 217. Think about just like Vikings said. Fish are more like reptiles than they are mammals. Okay, so with the metabolism range, the food requirements, and their inherent pattern and plan for survival that is born into it, they're going to go more a natural type situation than they would an artificial type situation, because they're not big learners. Okay, yes, you can condition them, but you have to really work on conditioning. Working dog response. You can ring a dinner bell, you can turn a light on, you can do whatever. And channel cats are the best at it. Blues will also do that, but you got to start early. You got to start early with a blue. You can't take a 40-pounder and put him in a pond and start ringing a dinner bell at the dock and throw a bunch of pellets out there and expect him to respond to it very well. He may luck onto it. He that fish may out of necessity, if his needs aren't met somewhere else, he's going to have to do something, necessity. But when your needs are met in inherited wintering type situations, then you don't need to go up there. So that hot water with the faster current and all the bait fish, and it is a more active period in the calendar. That's why I surmised that it is the way it is. And it's more of a human explanation, through science and biology, and talking to people that fish many different power plants, and my experience with trying to find the right. I mean, I went to 30 hot water discharges on 5 different rivers to try to figure this out. I'm like, well, there just might not have been enough depth, might just not have been enough current. Maybe they don't run it as well, and we didn't do very good, that day. In upper Illinois, let's go to southern Illinois, let's go to Indiana, let's go to Ohio, let's really figure this thing out. And 95% of the time, really big fish, even big fish for the river I was fishing, were not present in there. Plenty of other channel cats and drums, small blues, and even an occasional flathead was sitting up there, but usually always under about 10 pounds. Now, in a power plant lake, I do know that flatheads will winter in the hot water period, and they still don't bite very well. There's a whole, like at Powerton, which isn't that far from Clinton, they have a sectioned off gigantic, it's not even that gigantic, it's just a pool of water and rocks, but the rest of the lake is basically kind of devoid of great flathead habitat, and there isn't any real deep water. It's 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 foot of water, no drops, there's a couple of like old foundations and things like that, but you still catch the flatheads in the hot water discharge. I believe that you would not have that opportunity if the hot water discharge was shallow and fast and the rest of the lake was fairly deep. I don't think you'd find very many flatheads up there at all. But there's a couple of large eddy pools where the flatheads are known to hang out. No one catches them on rod and reel, even when the water's 75 degrees in December. They snag them a lot, and that's why we know that they're there.
The 217 said, thank you. That explains a lot. That gave me another way to think about it.
Awesome.
All right, Steve Ransom has a question. He says, our depth finder says the surface tip is 45. How much warmer is a 30-foot hole with 50-degree days?
Depends. I need to know how much current there is, how much the water fluctuates, and how much sunlight it gets.
You got a fish on?
I'm not sure.
And is it a lake or is it a river?
I finally snagged him. Oh, I don't.
Okay.
I want you guys to all notice something.
That's just what it feels like to reel my bait back in finally, and not have a channel 8 all the way off.
Muddy River Catfishing in the house saying, let's go to New Mexico. And I'm sure he's been here a while. I just missed it when he came in. I do apologize, Chris. Dominic Hollis said, that's why I chose Paducah, Kentucky. I'm within 30 minutes of 4 major rivers, the Ohio, the Tennessee, the Cumberland, and the Mississippi.
You know, not too many people talk about the Cumberland, but the Cumberland's got some big fish in it, and it's really not that difficult to fish.
Steve Ransom said, Muddy River has the right idea. Let's go where it's warmer.
You know, I agree with Chris there. If I was to do winter fishing, I'd want to do it in the South now. I just spent too many days just freezing myself to the bone. I mean, to the bone. Chainsawing my way out to the main channel, jumping big, we talked about it last time. Jumping giant ice sheets and just getting super cold for not a lot of reward. I mean, sometimes it was. I mean, sometimes it was great, but lake with a hydro, day pumps both way, almost no current. Okay. Does it pump hot water at all? It's just hydro. It's not a cooling at all. Is that correct? Now we're getting closer because we have almost no current, so that'll let me know what's going on. Because rivers do not have a layer of insulating factor. Okay, if there is current, the current mixes enough that top layer is not insulating the bottom layer. Okay, rivers are actually more consistent in temperature than lakes are, as far as from top to bottom. Oh. Unless you get way out of the current.
Right.
Considerably warmer backwaters, or right along the bank where it's real slow. So in a river, you've got all kinds of situations. No hot water. Okay. So I don't even have to ask any more questions. If it is a hydro riverine lake, there's still some current probably, but probably, like he says, not enough to really turn over. So let's just say you get a week of 50 degrees during the day and no sun. We're just going on a hypothetical. Let's just say almost no sun during the day. 50 degrees is your high and 28 is your low. After a week, you're going to end up with somewhere around 40-degree water. Now, if it all of a sudden warms up to 80, it's generally at the bottom, like he's saying, generally going to be about the same temperature it was yesterday. It's going to take another week of extraneously warm water to get that water because there's that insulating factor. It's almost exactly like a thermocline. Okay, thermoclines happen in the summer, and they have something to do with oxygen content at the bottom because of the turnover and blah blah blah. They also have thermoclines have something to deal with dying vegetation, blah blah blah. But we're not even going to go there. So you've got an insulating blanket in 30 foot of water of probably about 15 foot that is insulated. If you've got no current and no wind, really, it's not really flying around, turning over, and there you go. Okay, spin it out lake. So it's still going to take you about a week to start to increase that bottom stretch. And that is one of the main reasons why a lot of guys, I believe, do fairly well up shallow in the wintertime, especially with blues, because and not only is that upper 10 to 15 foot of water that stretches into the shallows, it collects more sunlight. It does get warmer. And I believe, and this is another thing that I can't prove because I wasn't able to do like clinical studies on my own at all, and I was already out of working with the DNR and in college and all that stuff when I came upon it. And the only reason I came upon it was because there was empirical evidence that giant pike in the North Country go shallow early in the season and rest motionless. They're not up there to feed. They're up there to warm themselves through collecting sunlight. So since they're they're darker than the water, okay, so they're collecting sunlight, and they've actually been recorded that they go up there to digest. They feed fairly deep, then they go up shallow and rest for almost an entire day before they go back to feed. It's kind of crazy. So I'm thinking that blue cats may have the capability of warming themselves just a tiny bit above the water temperature when the sunlight's on them to help them digest. Also, there's a lot of shad up there. Also, there's a lot of opportunity in the cold as long as they can get back to deep water fairly quickly, and then just be in suspended animation, basically. That still follows along with their biological behavior that was inherited from birth, because they all came from the Mississippi River. Every single one of them, every single blue, every single flathead, and every single channel cat derived naturally from the Mississippi River. If it's not attached to the Mississippi River, they've been planted by man. Absolutely, and shad will go deep at night, because when that crushing water temperature hits those shallows, it'll go down so fast it will shock their central nervous system. So shad like to stay in that porridge range, that deal where they can go 20 foot deep, or they can go up to like 4 or 5 foot during the day, especially if there's plankton production.
For those of you that just listening, 922 Crappie Barbecue said same with the crappie, shallow water and day is warm. The shad come up with the crappie follow. Steve Ransom said we have channel and flathead. Striper guys will not let us put blues in. The Roanoke and Blackwater River feed it. Below the dam is Kerr, where the monsters are.
Okay, so they haven't infiltrated above the Kerr Dam. Well, why is that? Can they get through it, or they just don't? Because I'm going to tell you that from the free-flowing stretch that I fish from Alton down, even if the water has been fairly high or decent flow or low flow, they'll still come up to there, but they don't press through the dams very well until that water's normal level. So if it's really high in the spring, the big fish don't. I mean, there's always a population of fish all the way, up through Greenfield, all the way up through all the various dams up to there. But you don't really get giant fish all the way up to Keokuk unless that water's been fairly stable for a decent amount of time. Now, if the dam is hard for blues to get through, channel cats and flatheads will push. Seems like big blues do not push that hard. They'll go if it's convenient upstream. And I explain it to people like this. I believe blues in their migration pattern migrate downstream a lot better than they move upstream, because they are big water fish. They really are. They don't love, I can go into small tributaries when the water's low, and you'll find all kinds of flatheads, all kinds of big channel cats. You won't find a blue until that water level has been just up just enough and stable enough for a period of time. Because otherwise they spill out so fast when that water starts to drop, because they're big water fish. They just don't seem to stay up there. Now, remember one thing. There's no absolutes in what I'm saying. You're always going to have an outlier or two. But I'm just saying, if you go into a major tributary or even a minor tributary off of the Mississippi River and expect to catch 70-pound blues in water that average 12 to 15 foot deep, you're going to spend a lot of time before you actually catch one.
Right.
Whereas I can stay in the deep water and downstream and spend a lot less time catching a 70-pounder there. But can I go up there and catch 10, 15, 20-pound fish? Sure.
Butterflies and Sunshine, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Glad you made it in this evening. Well, the fishing is going. Vikings caught, I believe, 3. I think he's caught 4. And Cool Cats has caught 2. So
that's pretty good for a 50-degree drop in one day. But remember one thing, that water where he's at is most likely fairly insulated, because a lot of the Tennessee River, you got to get, well, he is 100 yards out. So, hey, maybe it just hasn't really hit him yet. But I do know one thing, a 50-degree drop, there's a huge level difference below the dam. I don't think anything can get through. Okay, does the water spill from the top, or does it go through, like, they can't go through turbines very well. If they have a clam style near the bottom, they can go through it pretty good, because it'll open like this, and it'll have a swath of water. But if it's falling from the top, they can't really go up it. And if the only water that's flowing through the dam is through turbines, they usually have gates, grates, and everything else. So really nothing's really getting through there unless it's pretty small, or it gets lucky enough not to get chopped up.
anybody else out in chat that has any other questions? I promise I won't miss them.
I got a question. How come when you fish with like 10 rods and you catch a fish on the first rod, and then it seems like that rod is the rod that will catch the fish all day? My theory on that is I think that when that first fish bites the line, he like slimes the line and puts a scent on it. So the other catfish come along and they hit it.
Well, I'm not saying that's not impossible. That could be a possibility, but when I did a lot of winter fishing, as well as ice fishing, you can have 4 ice fishing holes, not more than 2 feet, and you always have what we used to call the hot hole.
Yeah.
The hot hole catches every single stinking fish. The other thing is, I do know one thing: when you're dealing with some sort of current in a wintering situation, if fish are stationary, they seem to kind of stack behind each other. So if you're, like, I would have 10 rods out or 6 rods out, and
right,
you'd catch all the fish. You might catch 50 fish on one rod, but you'd have to get it in that line. It was very, very weird, and I didn't learn I mean, I knew about it, but I didn't fully understand it until I got an underwater camera, and I started, which with underwater cameras, you can't really, I mean, you can't really fish while you watch them unless you're like ice fishing. But like in a river situation, I said,
yeah,
okay, so why does this happen a lot? Why does it happen where rod number 3 that I'm throwing in like a 2-foot swath zone is catching all the stinking fish? It caught all
yep,
the fish on Thursday, and it caught all the fish on, and then Friday they were kind of running around. It was kind of equal, but then by Saturday it's the one rod again. Well, I started seeing daisy chained fish basically. So you got the tail of one and the head of another, and they just kind of went in this like little swath. You might have one that's 40 feet long and there's 25 fish in it, or you might have 5 fish in just like a little short chain, and they're just sitting there, not really doing anything. So you're basically putting the bait in their face, and then they finally wake up a little bit, and then you go, and you.
Well, it seems like even if we switch spots, like you pull everything in, you go hit another spot, that same rod still seems like the hot one.
Okay, now, does that mean that you're catching, or that's the only rod getting bites?
Yeah, that's the only rod that seems to get hit that day, or at least.
That I don't know. You're gonna have to take that up with the with the moon gods or something. That seems a little bit more more weird than what biology or what I can explain. But I do know one thing: when the bite is pretty finicky, there will be a couple of rods I've got in the boat that will outperform the rest as far as being able to hook up. And it seems that the finickier the bite, the longer and more limber the rod is, that they can pull it really gently.
Yeah, I was thinking along those lines too. Like maybe it's the difference in the rod, or maybe the length of the leader line or something.
That's where
that could be.
I'm running 2 totally separate types of rods right here. The whisker seekers are soft tipped.
Mm-hmm.
That 12-foot pin squadron's hard all the way through. it's heavy rod, and I get more bites and more takedowns on them whisker seekers, especially with bigger fish, because they're softer tipped.
Yep, I think I do better on the lighter rods too.
Yes, yes.
But I
And you
have
know-
my 12-footers for the casting distance.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm not a fan of pool cue type rods that are stiff all the way to the end. I'm a fan of very limber in the first third, but then I'm not a fan of rods that don't have a backbone starting about a footer. If they don't have a back, if they're bending all the way from the handle, I don't. They're way more work, and you can't. It's almost impossible to direct fish when you need to. So, matter of fact, there's been times when I had a few rods and I ended up having like 80s and 90s on them in fast current, and I was actually angry because it was so ridiculous, the fight, and I was stressing the fish out too much. You know, if you guys watch my stuff, I am tackled up hard enough that I'll bring fish to the boat fairly green, not only in the way I do it, but in the tackle that I've got. Because when they try to make that move, especially when they're near the surface of the water and they're trying to go back, I can literally kind of stop them. I can't horse them. I mean, my tackle's big, but it's not that ridiculous.
What rods do you use? If you like a medium heavy or a medium light, or
it is. Matter of fact, I probably got one in here. I don't. But they are heavy, but they are rods specifically designed for the Mississippi River, and they're made by a company called Surge. And Surge still exists, but they don't have those same blanks. They're way lighter weight. I mean, these things are not fun to use unless you are tackled in heavy, deep water with big baits and big fish. They're not fun to catch a 30-pounder on. They're not. They kind of ski a 30 in, but like a 100 or 130 in that kind of water, you're happy to have them. I mean, I wouldn't fish with my Blue Cat rods for flatheads if you paid me money to do it. They're horrible to hold, but they're awesome when it comes to giant takedowns and screaming drags and having to put a big coffee can reel on it. But I know why they're not like readily available, because there's not a lot of people that fish that kind of that kind of crazy epic water.
Well, I gotta go see if I can find my power bank real quick.
All right.
I know I got one in the car. It's just where.
Cobb DMB said he kind of believes your theory, James, on the scent.
Oh, we got a fish on.
I got you. Steve Ransom said it took him 30 years to beat his PB channel on Smith Mountain Lake.
Yeah. Channel cat PBs, if they're big, they're kind of few and far between. You got to get some of those outliers. Unless
we got you. Fishing with Jeff Beal said he found a great book called The Lure of Sport Fishing.
Oh, that's a good fish. It's a real good fish.
Nice. Go Viking, go.
Woo! Full drag.
Steve Ransom said he doesn't think that the length of the leaders makes a difference. If you're not using a spook, chicken sinks by itself. And apparently the soft tip is why Jeff Beal has been using whisker seeker rods for the past 5 years.
I believe in soft tips. I really do. But I believe in pretty stiff backbone too.
Right.
It's not fighting hard, but it's heavy. It's another one of those lethargic big fish.
Yep. Cold water.
I hadn't seen it yet either.
Metal Cat says, I can't wait until y'all see these soft tips on the S-Glass anvil rods.
We love it, Viking. We love. See, there's no shake to that rod. It should be a pretty big fish.
How about it? You can see a catfish work.
Oh, that's a big fish.
He's pulling
Oh
drag.
yeah, you can tell.
That
You
beats
invite-
the other
you-
one.
You said
That's
see
a
red
40.
nope comes off.
Oh,
Where's your net
I'm
at?
not
Oh,
going back what I just lost.
Jody says, "Go Zach, go." He's gonna have him in the net here any second, and he's netted. Nope. Yep. Got him in the net.
Cobb DMV says 50 maybe.
Going 37.
Oh, Palmetto said the endo rods will be at CatCon.
I
So
muted
that's
myself because I was yelling too much.
It's a nice fish.
Lance McCoo guy, how you doing? Welcome in. Says hello everyone. Glad to see this nice fish that Viking just pulled in. Started taking layers off while he was reeling it in.
It's another female. Oh,
And yep, that's good. That's a good fish.
Nice.
let me weigh this one real quick. I think it's bigger than the 42.
Wow. Chris Everett said, good fish, Viking.
Thank you.
922 Crappie Barbecue said he thinks it's 35.
He started off strong and he's going to finish strong.
Lance says he thinks about 30. Palmetto said 25.
I think it's bigger than 25. I make fish look small. I'm 6 foot tall, 250 pounds, so
That's what I was going to ask next.
yeah, that fish has got some length to it. And that tail's curled, so
Leslie said 27. Chris Everett said 32. Cobb DMV said 44.
I've got some friends that make
Cruise in here. She said 26.
I got some friends that make 70s look like 40s.
I made that 58 look small.
Chucky said 27. 217 says 36.8.
I think it's smaller than the other one, smaller than 42, but I think it's over 30.
I'm going to say 32.22 in honor of two stands. David Smith and Crappie Day Fish On both say 36.
Yeah, I said 37, so we'll see. Stick with my 37.
I vote with 37.
Of course, the scale's acting up.
We may never know.
Yeah, would you have it any other way? No way.
Just give me a link. I'll know.
You can measure it. Fishing Fever said 30.6. Skull Rush said 33.6.
I gotta get another set of scales to replace my Whisker Seeker scales.
And that's catfishing says 28.
Pass again.
But that's around 32.
That's kind of hard one-handed. 43, so it's 40 even.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, nice fish.
Good catch.
Oh,
You're warm now, aren't
it
you?
fought better than the 42.
Hey, Valerie Irwin, how you doing? She said, sorry I'm late. Big Slim said, struggling. Yeah, to me, that did not look like a 40-pound fish.
Do what?
I said, that did not look like a 40-pound fish. That does not look like a 40-pound fish.
Well, if it gives you a better judge, that's my hand, that's its tail. And I wear an extra large glove.
Yep. That
So-
looks like a 40-pound fish. I got a buddy of mine about the same dimensions of Mr. Viking there.
Which I thought it was smaller than 40. I was honestly guessing 35. But that might be my scales too.
Dominic said he's getting weak in his young age.
Right? I'm about to put it back.
How you doing, Nina? Thanks for coming in. Melissa said, "Yep, now it looks it."
Now, anybody wondering me dropping it off the dock, it's a 20-foot drop off his dock. There ain't no way that fish is going to hit hard. Like, the water's 20 foot deep. It's only a 3-foot drop off the dock.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Oh, big fish over like 50. I'll walk it over there to the launch and put it in the water from there.
Palmetto said it doesn't matter the weight; it's a good fish either way.
Yeah.
Hold it. I'm gonna absolve all you people from feeling bad about winter fish, because one thing about winter fish is they only use about 10% or 15% of the energy that they expend in hot water. Okay, so they don't deplete their oxygen, even if it's a long fight. Just say it's a 15-minute fight, and say it's a 70-pound fish. If you're anywhere under 50 degrees,
We got another one.
there we go. And you know what? Remember what I was saying? You got if you
Stacked
are
up.
on the shore, you got to hope
Yep,
that they're
got it.
moving. And if they're moving, this is what can happen, because he would have been catching them early if they were there where his baits were.
Right.
But
I
if
couldn't even
you're-
get the other rod in the water.
if you're sitting there an hour or so and here comes a fish and here comes a fish, that means that they're moving, and that's pretty good for a 50-degree drop in the winter. It's real good. So activity level is actually pretty high.
Palmetto Cat said, "Congrats, brother." Here we go again. We're doing it one more time. Fisher Fever says, "Great job, Viking." Steve Ranson said, "I'll tell you what, after my second trip to the James, I'm ready to start job hunting and move to the city." Come on, Steve.
I wonder if we're going to get the third rod to go down before I can get these two in the water.
Melissa said, "Woohoo, get it, Zach." Lance McCougar said, "Vikings on fire." Cobb ZMB says, "Round 2.
If I lose this one, it's because I was unprepared. That's a lot smaller. It's about 15, maybe 20, maybe.
Well, Austin, he didn't have to actually move to the city. He can come to Chester.
Oh, that's a 15-pounder.
Melissa said, "Don't forget the Winter Blues tournament. Day 1 is tomorrow morning at 8:15 Eastern Standard Time on Fields to Waters channel."
Ow. First male I've caught all night.
Back to back. That's right, Jeff. Let's have the other rod go down and see what happens.
About 15. Maybe 10. I'm guessing 10. I don't want to overshoot him. But he's light, so he's been deep.
Hey, when's the finals for the Rivers tournament?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
We're still waiting. We got to get with Potomac, get a date set. Bugman, what's going on? Bugman said, if I didn't care for my parents, I'd move south in the winter. Melissa said, way to go, Zach.
Thank you.
Skull Rush thought that one looked about 12 pounds.
Hey, give or take. I'm gonna call it a 10-pounder. That way I don't overdo it. I'm not closing the net up for anything under 30, so I gotta catch my breath and rebait these rods.
All right.
Whew. How much time we got left?
19 minutes.
That's it?
That's it.
Good, because this is my last 2 pieces of bait.
We got 60 awesome people in here.
And to be honest, it could be my scales being inaccurate. They're just some cheap Rapala scales since I broke my whisker seeker ones.
Jeff Beal said, prime example, always have to have that net ready.
I just weighed a fish in the net.
Bugman said, I'm going to meet J-Dog Sunday if nothing goes on here. Nice. Bugman says, hey, Epic, good to see you.
What up, Bugman? Good to see you too, or hear from you. Well, if y'all are going to CatCon, Sean and I will be there with bells on.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's going to be good.
I got my VIP pass right here.
Oh, they don't give us ours till we ask for them when we get there.
I think you can just walk. You don't need a pass, Epic. You just walk in.
I can, but Sean isn't so lucky. I have to ask for one for him every time. I'm like, you got to get Sean one. So those whisker seeker scales, how high do they go up to?
I have my digital one goes up to, I want to say 110 pounds.
Do they make a scale that goes up to 150? That's really what I need.
I think so.
Do they? I'll have to look that up. Maybe get one for this next season.
I like that cast.
Yeah, Lance McCougar said Viking needs to get him some mini crane scales from Amazon. Very accurate and locks in quick.
I can't hear you. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
I know you said Viking. That's all I heard.
Valerie said, hi, Tim. I didn't realize you were up on panel.
There it is.
Yeah. How are you, Valerie?
He's been up here teaching us a thing or two for the last hour.
We've been discussing theories. I don't know if I've been doing a whole lot of teaching because a lot of it's kind of conjecture, actually. You know, that is one thing that is good about being old now. I don't get people, you know, like in my 30s, people are like, how do you know? You know, but now I don't get a whole lot of people questioning things, and it's possible because now I can just show the evidence on videos of what I'm talking about. You know, because if you're just in a chat room or a whatever, and you start saying the things that I say, or like, what do you like? You know, do you swim with them? And I'm like, well, actually, I have before. You know, and they're like, yeah, okay, because they don't think anybody's as dumb and crazy as me. Mini crane scale for the monsters. You know, you know what? You're right, Lance. I might need one that goes up to 400, just because there's not a whole lot of them that are like just above. Like a lot of scales go to 80.
What's up?
But they don't go like all the way up to like 150.
Viking, Lance McCougar was saying you need to get you one of those mini crane scales from Amazon. Very accurate, and they lock in quick.
I've been thinking about it. I just figured out my Whistle Seeker scale was messed up like a week ago. So.
Yeah, and Epic, they do those digital ones that go up to 110.
Yeah, right. And for most of the fish I catch, that would be fine. But on the occasional like super monster, it would not be fine.
Right.
So if I was doing videos that everybody expected me to weigh stuff, and then all of a sudden I couldn't weigh one because it was like 125 or something, or 130 or 140, or even if I get lucky and catch a 150 one of these days, which
I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if I can go find that power bank real quick. I'm on 5%.
Not this last season, but the season before, I seriously believe Sean had at least one fish that was over 130. And it wouldn't surprise me if it was over 150, because you don't get 100-pounders just like bare bones 100-pounders to act like at least the one fish that he lost in the anchor rope.
Mm.
That was on a reel like this one, the big monster reel, and I'm telling you, the drag was down hard, and he had battled it from probably 40 yards behind the boat to underneath the boat for several minutes, and then it went upstream and he couldn't stop it. All it did was just rip drag. And wow. I know it wasn't a sturgeon, because sturgeon, even though there is big sturgeon, they swim way differently than big blues do.
Right. Yeah, Steve Ransom said you can give a reason behind what you say. I had a guy tell me he caught a 25-pound smallmouth. I ran him off.
So, Steve, I have heard some of the dumbest catfish stories that you have ever wanted to hear. They're so dumb, I won't even repeat them. They're just that dumb. I'm like, really? Come on. I think we've all heard some really dumb catfish stories. But they're usually from the people that have never caught catfish, or if they have, they've only like went to a pond,
right.
And it usually starts out with, my grandpa said, or I know a guy who dove below this dam or whatever. And I've been around enough to know that every dam in my whole 5, 6, 7 state area, every dam supposedly has catfish as big as Volkswagens, with eyes as big as dinner plates, and blah, blah, blah.
Yep, I've heard that.
I'm like, and you know what I tell them? I go, if there was catfish that big, truly that big, I do believe I would have at least hooked one and been embarrassed to tell the story of how bad I got defeated. And, and so far, I don't believe, by wavelength of swimming, even if I didn't land the fish, by wavelength of swimming, by the bite, I don't think I've ever had a catfish bite a bait that was a catfish as big as a Volkswagen ever and take any of my baits. I have seen some that I never had the opportunity to hook that were outlandishly big. I saw a gigantic flathead one time. And I tried for 3 years to catch him, and I didn't catch him. Now maybe it is that those giant fish, if they do actually exist, maybe you just don't have an opportunity to catch them.
Right.
Because they can eat whatever they want. I don't know on that. I am keeping my mind open, but Volkswagen size, I think somebody would have found one dead, or, a commercial fisherman would have caught one, or something would have happened.
Yep.
But I do know that there is evidence that there were a 315-pound blue cat and a 330-pound blue cat collected by some agents from the Museum of Science and Industry out of Chicago on the Mississippi River below St. Louis in like the 1880s.
Wow.
It's documented. But they never made it because the train broke down, of course, and the ice that they had them in melted and they rotted. Now, but that is documented. But I believe that about those days because there were no dams. So you have the general basically like relativity of megafauna. And that rings true no matter where you're at. If you want to take the top end size of a fish down, all you got to do is hamper his overall large space.
Right.
It's happened in our lifetimes as far as especially in South America, Thailand, China. As soon as they started putting those dams in, you no longer find 700-pound catfish. South America is doing the same thing right now. You don't find Piraibas that are 600 pounds anymore. You find them that are 300 pounds, and they're going to keep getting smaller if they keep sectioning off their habitat.
The Mekong catfish keeps getting smaller and smaller too.
Yep, because they put dams in, and they just don't have the range.
Hey, Douglas Fletcher, welcome in. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate that. Buck Williams said, James and Jody been real quiet with James. That's okay. Calling Jody, where are you?
They relying on me.
There she is. We found her.
I heard her.
We can barely hear you, Jody. We can barely hear you.
What's that?
I said, I've been riding Zach's back about.
Yeah, she's been asleep.
Maybe a little.
Steve Ransom said, okay, the cat's at the dam, Volkswagen size. If one had died, would it not at some time float up?
It would.
Oh, here's another thing. If you got a fish that big at a dam, you wouldn't have any other fish in that water. I mean, to maintain its size and live, it's going to have to eat a lot.
It would predate on all the smaller fish around it.
Right.
Believe it or not, longevity is so there's a scientific equation to cold water fish, especially flatheads and channel cats. They don't eat as much as what a person would think. A lot of people think that a fish the size of a Volkswagen would really need to eat a lot. Well, they don't, because all they have to do, since fish have indeterminate growth, all they have to do is maintain their body weight. It would be more difficult in the summer for a fish of that caliber to maintain its body weight. Yes, he would probably eat more. He wouldn't need to eat that much in the winter, especially if they could be sedentary and not do a lot of movement. Okay, right. So if in fact a 300, just say a blue got to be 200 pounds. Now, we don't have enough test study evidence to prove this right or wrong, but we could theorize that if it didn't really have to move and it just sort of sat there and had plenty of fish to prey on occasionally and didn't have to expend much energy, they could literally keep growing or at least maintain their weight on not that many calories.
What?
And Mr. Gecko probably Viking, he probably knows that more than anybody, or anybody that deals with anybody that deals with reptiles that are in a normal, I wouldn't say like tropical reptiles, because they're used to 80, 90, 100 degrees that they're going to have to eat. But if you have a temperate style reptile, such as a snapping turtle, believe it or not, there are bigger common snapping turtles in Canada than there are in the lower 48 states. Why?
Because they don't have to feed as often.
That's right.
They brumate more.
That's
and
right.
Reptiles grow more during brumation.
That's right.
Melissa has a question. She says, we hear all about the Mississippi, the Ohio, the James. What do you think about the waters in Georgia for catfish?
Well, I think anywhere that has the available habitat as far as depth, cover, and current has an equal opportunity, as long as there's not some sort of artificial situation holding their overall size back. Now, we do know one thing: the bigger the river, the better chances for the actual top end size, unless you're talking about stocked blues in gigantic lakes with awesome prey fish opportunities. Just like the James. I mean, the James at one time, the state record in the James was only 30-some pounds. But in my lifetime, it's went to, 100 pounds. Okay, in less than my lifetime. Because, shoot, they didn't even really stock them until I was probably 25 years old. So you have a new lake syndrome. So that means that anytime you interject a species of fish into water that other fish are not really filling that niche, they do exceedingly well. Same thing with power plant, Corps of Engineer Lake, same thing. They first put walleyes in there, and all of a sudden, in short order, they got giant walleyes, probably the biggest in the state. But once that maturity level, once the population reaches a maturity level, then it starts to slow itself down, okay? Because there's not as much space, and they put off a pheromone, which is a growth-limiting hormone. So if you have a closed water system, when everybody tells you that if you put a fish into a fish tank, it's only going to grow to the size of the tank.
Right.
Well, that is true and not true. It's absolutely not true that it is the size of the tank. It is the fact that if you don't do water changes, if you don't dilute the hormone that the fish itself gives off, that's the only way it knows that it shouldn't outgrow its fish tank, if you know what I mean. So if you constantly change the water, you can have tremendous growth. I had a red tail one time. He came in, he came in this long, and I changed, 50% of the water, probably every 2 or 3 weeks, fed him decently. He grew to like 35 pounds in a 150-gallon aquarium in like a year. That's huge growth, huge growth. Now, I'm not saying that red tails don't grow. I did the same thing with a channel cat once. But if you leave a channel cat and say like a 6-inch channel cat, and you feed him as much as he can eat, but you don't change the water, he'll grow relatively slow. Same reason why crappies stunt growth if their population is too big. There's too many and not enough water coming in and going out. They'll stunt.
Huh.
And that's only one reason. Of course, there's other reasons. Everything's multifaceted. So if
that's why you see smaller bass and smaller fish in ponds, because there's no exchange there.
Yes. So what you have to do is you have to have larger predators in a small pond to eliminate little Johnny fish that isn't quite right, that doesn't grow fast, that doesn't do what. But if you have enough big channel cats or large fish, when you put the small fish in, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's a huge equation, but it starts to make sense when you start to look at it from that thing. Steve, I'm 330. I'm still not the size of a VW. And you're right, Steve. There is no documented fish in freshwater that are the size of a VW.
But I think that little fib is across every body of water that has a dam.
I heard it in Kansas, Lake Milford in Kansas. I heard of it.
It's your quintessential urban legend.
You hear it down here on the Tennessee and Alabama. They talk about it at Wilson, Wheeler, Pickwick, all of it. Gunnersville.
Dude,
oh, there's catfish in there the size of Volkswagen.
You can almost cross. You can cast across.
Dominic, a little bit ago said, Valerie, I'm thinking about using Tanya as bait. Don't do it, Dominic.
So fishing fever, absolutely right. The fastest growth you get is a premium habitat with a relatively low population in the first 30 years. So remember that 100-pound fish, but don't think that those fish were fingerlings when they were stocked there, because the DNR always, they have a gigantic habit of importing fish from somewhere else that are 50, 60, 70 pounds. And they put a few fish in every single thing that they stock, but they tell no one. It's called their breeder fish program. At least that's what they call it in Illinois. They tell no one. And so all of a sudden they put like 70,000 fingerlings from 6 to 12 inches in a power plant lake. But what they don't tell people is they also put 100 fish from 50 to 70 pounds in at the same time. So then like 4 years later, somebody catches a 90 and they automatically assume, oh my gosh, this thing's only 4 years old.
Wow. I think Cobb B&B is saying that the record on the I think this is James was 102 pounds now.
Yeah. And it doesn't surprise me. Actually, the James, believe this or not, the James has actually passed its prime as far as giant fish production, because what they had, they've since kind of fixed it. I don't know how to even explain this, but there was a news agency that called me and they said, because I had a website that was probably one of the most popular catfishing websites on the web at the time.
Right.
Go figure. We had catfishing.com. It was procast.com. So it was visited by pretty much anybody interested in catfishing. But a news agency called me, and there was many news agencies that called me about a lot of things: the Asian carp, zebra mussels, the difference between rod and reel fishing and noodling, and blah blah blah. Anything controversial. But there was a news agency that called me, and they said, "What do you think about the problem where municipalities do not filter in their water system out pharmaceutical hormones such as estrogen?" I said, we do know that it's happening. I said, none of these older water plants were meant to take pharmaceutical estrogens out. Any of those hormones that actually go into the toilet in people's houses, they go into the water treatment plant, and then they get spilled right back into the river. And she said there's empirical evidence that the blue cats in the James River are not male, but not female. They've been affected by the estrogen spill, 10 years, pretty much kind of when it got stopped. And they did a 10-year moratorium, so that the blue cats became very prevalent. But the one thing I did notice is that the blue cats that were over 50 pounds were extremely obese. They were very, very high. I mean, they didn't even fit the regular blue cat silhouette. And if you look at some pictures of giant blue cats from the James River back about 2004, 2005, 2006, they were extremely obese. I haven't seen any of those. I have not seen any of those probably 10 years past that point, because they kind of brought it to the attention of the municipalities. Here's another way of telling that story. What is his name? Alex Jones. I'm not a big Alex Jones fan, but every once in a while, his rant where he goes, they're even making the frogs gay. Well, yeah, there is a little bit of truth to that, because amphibians got affected kind of first. Fish get affected kind of second. So all these pharmaceutical hormones were actually messing with the sex. So physically, the James River blues over 40 pounds had testes and ovaries at the same time. And they were completely obese. Like they had a endocrine system complete problem, which actually benefited fishermen.
Right.
Now, I haven't noticed that in the last 20 years. So, and I didn't really follow it, but I did go on record as saying to this news organization that they did print, that, yeah, the blues don't follow and it was the only thing I could say. They didn't follow the general physique and silhouette of the average blue cat, even giant ones.
Gotcha. So Melissa,
so Altamaha and Flint River are good. I don't know about the Flint. I don't know much about the Altamaha, except for I do have a buddy that fishes it. But if you start seeing crazy, like super overly tall and real big lumpy fish that are only 48 inches long, but they're going like 75 pounds, yeah, you got to wonder what's going on. With yeah, couple extra nipples. Well, actually, Steve, I have chickens in my shed, and I did a little bit of a TikTok video where I said, well, if Mississippi River giant blues ever start biting whole live chickens, I'm ready.
I've heard of people using rats to catch blues.
Well, I am here to tell you I have used almost everything that has walked or crawled at one time or another for catfish.
Have you used a goose?
What's up?
Have you ever used a goose?
I have not used goose, but I'm saying within their range of something that would be acceptable. That means moles, voles, mice, rats. I have used snakes. I have used crayfish, the normal things, clams, ground squirrels, because we had a lot of ground squirrels that were available to us, and I have caught catfish on every single thing that I have used at one time or another. From terrestrial animals to aquatic animals. That means salamanders and newts and whatever. We don't have that many salamanders or newts around here anymore, but at one time or another, baby birds, all kinds of different stuff.
We have mud puppies around here.
Yep, starlings that I used to shoot with my BB gun in the barn, doves. So what's some of the crazier? I used a bat once. Caught a channel cat on a bat.
Wow!
Just because I wanted to see. I wanted to know.
Right.
My weirdest catch has to be my PB channel cat. I flayed out a skipjack, and it was literally just the backbone left. I took a piece of braid and strapped it to the hook and threw that out. 5 minutes later, that 22-pound channel slammed that rod.
Nice. I caught a 14-pound channel just to make a point on one of my guide trips off of what was left over of my bologna sandwich. Yeah.
Which I've got a theory, kind of a theory of why the channels don't get too big on the Tennessee River anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking it's overpopulation. A lot of people think it's pressure.
I disagree with that because I've been around a lot of places that used to have giant channel cats until blues were introduced, and the channel cats in no time went from like big and robust to small and numerous, because that is the channel cat's survival technique. They will stay small, stay out of their out of blue cat habitat more, and they'll just kind of overproduce. So you're kind of right too. They're more numerous, but they don't eliminate themselves.
all time.
And with the competition on blues, and I could give you a list as long as my leg.
You all right?
When I was young, had giant channel cats, including Santee Cooper, before they put blues in there. I mean, shoot, the world record channel cats from Santee Cooper. I watched a show where I think it was Bill Dance and maybe what's the blonde haired guy's name? Bass guy.
I don't know.
Oh, anyways, they went on there and filmed a show, and they were catching 20-pound channel cats like it was nothing.
Wow.
And like 5-6 years later, there ain't a channel cat over 10 pounds in that whole place.
Because like I was saying earlier, that 22 is the biggest one I've ever seen in person.
Yeah, you'll have some. I mean, the Mississippi, and we won't catch a bunch of them, but we'll catch 20-pounders on the Mississippi while flathead fishing. Okay, and
I don't
even
think
in blue cat territory where the channel cats can stay out of the blue cat habitat, there's still some big ones. But if they can't stay out, like Baldwin Lake was one. Baldwin Lake used to have huge channel cats. Jerry Parker fishes there. It's a power plant lake. Used to have huge channel cats. Powerton did. All the ones up by Chicago did. All of those. Your average channel cat was going to be 9-10 pounds, and a big one's going to be 22, 23, 24, 25. And they put blues in there, and it wasn't 5 years later, and the big channel cats were done.
Your opinion on this? My opinion, I don't think the channel cat records in the states with blues or the reservoirs with blues or the water sections with blues, I don't think they'll ever be beat again.
No, they won't. They won't. And some of them are misidentified blues. So channel cats, like my state channel cat record from 1987, the channel cat record is 45 pounds. And if you look at the picture, it's a misidentified it's a blue cat for sure. And it was actually one of the brood stock that they put in Baldwin, and it'll never be beat because they don't have any DNA evidence, and nobody will go on record and say, yeah, that's obviously a blue. So if you get a chance, if you doubt me, all you got to do is look for that on the internet. You see it, you'll be like, yep, that's a blue.
Oh, I believe you, because from what I see from people around here, because a lot of our fishermen on the bank are not trophy cat fishermen like I am or something like that.
Right.
They hunt eater size fish.
Yep.
And they'll mistake blues for channels all the time.
All the time.
So we got a
You
few
know what
more.
I used to tell people back in the day that said that they were catching blues in the Illinois River system, and the last dam is kind of way down. There's 2 or 3 more dams. One's a Wicket Dam. They used to like call me and say, hey, or tell me, hey, I caught a blue. I said, well, how big was it? Oh, about 12 pounds. I said, well, odds are it's going to be a big male channel cat, and that's more impressive than a 12-pound blue.
Yeah.
But they would still be like, nope, it's a blue. It's a blue. It's a blue. I said, I'll tell you what. And I handed this out over the internet, and we had probably 5,000 Illinois followers. I said, if you catch a blue, I want you to send me a picture of that. And if I can't tell, I will drive to your house in the middle of the night to go see this thing. I'll drive to the river to go see it. Not one time. And I went probably 12 or 15 times. I drove 100 and some miles to go verify a blue one time that was, 18 pounds. Not one time was it an actual blue.
So we got Brian B popped in. Weed Hopper's in the house. Thank y'all for coming in. It is 12 after 12. We're gonna go ahead and wrap everything up. Melissa said, great job tonight, Zach, James, and Jodeci. Dustin,
now, Viking,
everybody in chat.
The one thing that added to the problem of the misidentification of the blue with the average fisherman is that before the dams, okay, so I'm 53 years old. So, when I was 20, it wasn't that long ago that there wasn't any dams. Okay. And the blue cats, to their grandfathers or their great grandfathers, were actually there. Okay. But they disappeared through commercial fishing, lack of migration highways, siltation, loss of habitat. Okay. Because the Illinois River is no longer, there's not too many 40, 50 foot holes left on the Illinois River. It's generally a 12 to 17 foot main channel. It's basically silted in, and there just isn't a whole lot of blue. And I have fished blue cat habitat, what's left on the Illinois River, and I fished it for years. I never once caught a blue. Now, the one thing is, there are a couple power plant lakes that are close enough to the river.
Yeah.
Like, I'm talking about all they got to do is walk up the levee and then go dump them in a creek that goes behind it, and they will end up in the Illinois River. So there has been more actual blues caught in the Illinois River system. But I believe, just like flatheads on my little river right here, the habitat is not it's just not good enough for them to feel comfortable. So all of the flatheads that I have put in my little river, which they're native to it anyway, they just don't stay up in my area. But the ones that I did studies on, the ones that I brought home to put in fish tanks that I let go here, none of them have stayed. They all go down.
Wow.
This is not available habitat for them.
Well, it looks like everybody's saying good night.
Time is it?
It is 12:14.
Friday night. It's only 11:15 where I'm at. It's probably what is it?
It's 11:14 here.
11:14
here. Yeah.
They're getting tired of my my science.
No, we were going to wrap this up at 12 o'clock anyway.
No, okay.
We never get tired of listening to you.
No, I know.
I don't know. My wife gets awful tired of hearing it.
Well,
That's her job.
Steve Ransom thinks you should go live and keep talking.
So we back when I first met my wife, I think I was 22, 23 years old, and we used to be at a party or whatever, and you know how you go to the friend party and you find that one fisherman ends up talking to you, and you just keep talking, and then everybody else gets involved in it, and then pretty soon my wife would be like, "Oh my gosh, it's time to go. Come on, fish boy." That's what she used to call me. I'm like, "Oh boy." They swim down to. You're right, Jello. They do. Matter of fact, the closest you can really find a decent habitat of flatheads, Jello, is about south of Wyoming. And I know because I've traveled the entire river. That's about 15 miles. I've traveled the whole thing all the way down to Bernadette, fish below Bernadette, put the boat in right there. What is that? Beardstown? It's not Beardstown. It's the other one. But anyways, yeah. And I didn't realize that when I was young. I tried to fish for flatheads up in my area all the time and wondered why the hell I couldn't catch any. I just didn't understand the habitat requirements on a basic free-flowing river.
You got everybody saying you should.
There you go. There you go. If I want to set, I do have to work in the morning because I don't get weekends off anymore. It's just kind of all. I don't even know what day this is.
It's a day that
I know when the summer hits, I won't have any day off.
Yeah. So I don't know how to say it exactly, but I would love to do a video and explain the difference between knowing where to fish and when to fish. And it's so huge. For me, it has been because, I don't have a Tennessee River, within even an hour's drive of me. I've got the Illinois River, I got tributaries, but I have the Mississippi, which has no blues, but it does have big flatheads and big channel cats. And when I was first learning this, probably the first 10 years, and I have described this situation, which my expectations, I failed miserably for like the first 10 years. I did things that I would never do now. Never. I would never go take a hammock to a tiny tributary, 2 tributaries off, because I saw great looking habitat and expect to catch giant flatheads unless the water was high in April, included into May, and by the time June happened, the water didn't drop until June, and then it dropped. Well, that holds flatheads up, primary, tertiary, and even 4 tributaries removed. It does hold them. But I would bark up the wrong tree, think I was seeing some great habitat, and I would spend a week catching nothing but channel cats and not getting any big flathead bites.
See, I've only been doing this I've been trophy catfishing for about 6 years now. And I've learned just by sitting back and listening to people, I've learned so much.
Yeah. So, Viking, back in my day, the only thing you could do is ask some old timers or whoever was out in the boat that looked like they were catfishing, or you go to the bait shop, and they would all lie to you. Every single one of them. And some of them would lie to you because they didn't know that they were lying, because they ran bank poles and trout lines. They would say things like, bullheads are the best bait, blah, blah, blah. Well, that applies to bank poles, but it really doesn't apply to rod and reel fishing. Oh, bank fishing, I enjoy it, Dominic. But the one thing about bank fishing in my area is that since I've, in the last 30 years, a lot of bank fishing access is closed, especially in the state of Illinois, because we're some sort of BS Democrat state, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's all concerned about this and concerned about that. Back in the day, I could go bank fish almost anywhere, but now you'll get run out. Matter of fact, I had AR-15s drawn on me on a power plant lake one time in the boat, because I had no idea. It was right after 9/11. I had no idea. I got too close to the buoys at LaSalle Lake, and in between the reeds, I'm seeing some rustling going on, and there's dudes in black with AR-15s pointed right at my boat. They get in a bullhorn, and they go, "Back away from the intake, or we will take things serious." I'm like, well, okay, I don't need to fish up here. Fine. I mean, there's been some crazy stuff happen in my lifetime. And unfortunately, a lot of the private land is no longer accessible. Now, could I go do it? Yeah, I could probably, get on a map and ask people and call people and all that stuff. But do I really need to? I have a boat now. So, I mean, and that was one of the main reasons I even got a boat, because I know I needed to move. Anti-bank fishing state has been shot at twice on the Spoon. You've been shot at?
Wow.
I believe it. Spoon River is actually, it's all private land. You're supposed to have permission everywhere on the Spoon. I have permission up here, but I don't have any permission past like Wyoming. Well, Sean got the DNR called on him while wading the Spoon for smallmouth. Yeah.
Wow.
And they trekked like 3 miles back in there to try to give him a ticket.
Wheeler Reservoir, it's on the Tennessee River. There's not much bank access there either because of industrial stuff.
Yep.
It's taken over the side of the river.
There's not a lot of bank access on the James whatsoever.
No. There is
I wish that channel cat would actually hook up. I'm tired of watching that rod bob back and forth. Been watching it bob back and forth just about all night.
Dominic, I'm going to tell a story real quick. I knew a guy. I won't tell you his name, but I knew him. He was like a little bit south of Chicago, and he fished the Fox River, and we got to be friends. And he was kind of he was a little bit older than me. He's one of them old style Italian guys, and he fished out of a little boat. Fox River's not that big, but he loved flatheads. And I had come up there, we get on the dock, we get in the boat, we start catching a few fish, and one guy goes by us and kind of throws a wake, and the Fox doesn't have a lot of current, so it kind of threw us sideways. He's kind of got a little boat and all this stuff. And he goes, that guy does that one more time, and I am going to have some words for him. So sure enough, he did. And the guy I was with pulled out a black freaking shotgun, sawed off, pumped it right in front of this dude's face, and the guy let off the thing, and he just yelled, and I can't even repeat exactly what he yelled, but he said, you do that again, and I am going to sink that boat and bury you in the backyard. Now, that's some serious stuff about fishing, but, I mean, that was a long time ago. So, yeah. So, and the only reason I even thought about that is who would have thought that somebody would like actually shoot somebody over fishing? Well, there's all kinds of people out in this world.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Steve Loke, welcome in. We Vikings still fishing, but Cool Cats and Jody have headed back to the house. They're with the puppy dogs now. Looks like Jody's still a little cold.
I am the only one that is not smart enough to go back to the house.
Yeah, you are the only one that's not in a house. That is correct.
But Viking is the only one catching real fish. So that makes it a lot easier.
Yeah.
It's hard to get me off the water when I'm catching what I think is real fish. I don't love to leave. And I don't like to be defeated, so I kind of stay anyway.
Mm-hmm.
David Smith said, dang, Jody and James are already back at the house.
I'm still wondering if that one was actually 40 pounds or not.
Close.
That bigger one I caught?
Yeah.
I wonder if my scales are off. Because it looked a little smaller, but the tail made me think it was. But
George RB3, welcome in.
Yeah.
I make fish look small anyways.
Hey, Zach. Is your face colder without your beard?
Very much so. I miss my long beard that was down to here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to get me one of them fake knitted beards. Mine grows back.
Yeah.
Well,
It was the wrong time of year for me to mess up on trimming my beard.
how many fish did you catch, Viking? 5?
We got one around 15. We got one around 15. One around chat said was possibly 12, so I'll go with them. A 5-pounder, a 40, and a 42.
Yep, so 5.
You got a 120-pound bag tonight. Pretty good.
Well, if this keeps going the way it's going, I'll get another one.
Sweet.
Because that's looking, I'm not sure if that's a channel cat bite or a blue bite.
Mm-hmm.
It's not jerking like a channel cat does, but it's not staying folded over like a blue sitting on it.
Yeah.
But he could be a channel cat with a mouth only this big, sucked onto the end of it, wiggling his tail, and you just never know. It's goofy.
Yeah, because they'll death roll on it. Just to rip off chunks of it.
Or they'll just sit there and just sort of kind of wiggle back and forth, and you can't tell because the vibration isn't like that jolty stuff that the channel cats do. They're just, especially in the winter, mostly in the winter, they'll just kind of hang it and just put a little bit of pressure on it. Dominic Hollis says we used to be able to fish on a barge where the Tennessee meets the Ohio. Yeah, Dominic, I miss the old days. It was pretty easy. I mean, in my area, the barge captains still let me like tie up to barges that are actually kind of in use. As long as they're not moving them here or there, they'll give you a little bit of, hey, you know, whatever. But they've seen me so many years. I will get once in a while some barge captains that haven't seen me because they're coming way up and they get a little mad about that stuff. But most of the time I can sneak between the bank and a barge and tie off on the cleats and, you know, tie the front and tie the back. Cause I mean, there's boat traffic out there that'll swamp you, and the barge is blocking you. And it just so happens it's great flathead habitat up underneath the barge. It's pretty cool stuff. But as far as
I had one threaten to run me over one night on a live stream because I had taken a magnet and hooked to the side of the barge and locked the kayak off on that magnet.
Yeah, some of them take stuff a little bit too far. Yeah, but usually, see the barge captains got to be like, hey, you know, how's the fishing and all this stuff. So I even have video of catching like 40-pound flatheads, and the barge guy, you know, shines a light at you, and you hold up the fish, and they hoot and holler and all that stuff, and the barge captain, you know, does he puts the horn on a couple times, and you know, it's just stuff like that. It was a lot more relaxed in the day, you know, back a long time ago. But I lament those days sometimes.
I don't think mine like seeing me because they're worried about rolling me.
Yeah, in a kayak, they're probably worried about your safety more than like my battleship boat. They pretty much know that you know. I did almost get it crushed once. I think I talked about that on the last deal. Like there was barges parked, and there was a 12-foot space, and Moon Eye was hard to get during the day. So Garrett and I kind of pointed the boat in. Everything was fine. I throw the net a couple times. I'm throwing the net the third time, and I hear this like clanking sound. Well, 4 barges down, there was a big tug that was like hooking up to the very end where I was at, and it started smashing us like the Star Wars smash, you know, the garbage compactor like that. Yeah. And my whole Sea Arc boat is starting to crush in, and then it starts to like lean up one way, and I got on that, and I told Garrett, I says, if this thing goes, you just jump up on top of that barge. But I put it in. Jets don't have the greatest reverse, but I'm telling you, I put that thing to about 7,000 RPMs, and as soon as it relaxed a little bit, it caught and just jerked us right out of there. And then the barge goes and smashes up to the next one. Them things are serious. I mean, they'll crush a Sea Arc if they put any meat to that at all. Any throttle on them big barges, it'll just crush a Sea Arc. And I was dumb for doing it. I was just kind of desperate and thought, there's no tugs around, and I didn't hear it. So I'll never do that again.
That's kind of what happened to me. I didn't hear this tug sneak up on me.
Yep.
When I was clipped off to the barge.
Yep.
Just to get out of his way, I left the magnet there and just cut it off.
Yep.
He was already mad enough. I was already irritated.
David Smith is saying with the skyline glowing in the background, if you kneel in front of your rods and get a screenshot of that, it might make a good thumbnail for a video.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. What up, David Smith? Been a while since
It's too cold for me to do anything like that right now. I don't want to move unless it's fish related.
We still got
I
51
only want to reel them in and pack them up at this very moment. I'm warm, sitting right here until the wind blows. I was hoping we'd get one over 50, but my scale doesn't go over 50 right now.
You have a tape measure with you?
I do, in the car.
Yeah, you can measure it.
Tennessee River, 47, 48 inches, right about 50 pounds. Unless it's ultra skinny.
I said that 58 male, he was small. Like, he had a massive head. I could fit at least 3 hands in his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
But his body was just slender.
River fish.
He looked odd.
We get a lot of that. We get, we get 55-inch fish that only go 70 pounds sometimes. We get 55-inch fish, 58-inch fish that go 85 pounds. Depends. It just kind of depends whether it's a male, a female, what time of year it is, all that stuff. They fishing current, they got to work hard. That's it. Tennessee
it was actually caught right here.
What's that, buddy?
It was caught right here.
Nice.
I'm on Wilson right now, which is a short reservoir, very, very short reservoir. Literally, I can see the dam right over there.
Yep.
And if looking upriver, I can see the other dam.
Okay, so I don't really recognize Wilson or Wheeler as an actual reservoir because they're very reminiscent of a lot of the Mississippi River pools that are like 3-4 miles wide. They got plenty of backwater. They got a dam which is flowing in, and they got a dam downstream flowing out. It's 30 miles. It's when people used to call and they still do, Wilson or any of those other, like what they classify as reservoirs. I don't often think of them as reservoirs. I just think of them as large river pools. Because we have plenty of those on the Mississippi, and I don't generally fish them because most of them are above the blue cat water. Okay, first of all, they're in the flathead water. And so when you take that amount of water, which is on the Mississippi, it's humongous. I mean, humongous. You might have 35, 40 miles from dam to dam. It still has decent current, but it's slower than the riverine currents. It has generally lower banks and lots of backwater. So it's more like duck hunting type ground. It's crappie and bluegill and all that stuff. That's like 90% of your water. Then you got to try to get to the main channel, which is 35, 40, 45, 50 foot deep. And you're going to be dealing with pleasure boats. So don't really
Wheeler averages around, let's say, 25 to 30 foot deep. That's your channel in Wheeler.
Yep.
You have a few holes scattered throughout Wheeler that gets below 40.
Yep.
Or gets above 40 foot deep. But other than that, it's a shallow river and lake section.
Yeah, but for it to be a lake, for me to think of it as a lake, it would have to have a lot slower current.
Yeah,
that's all. Or it would have to have a smaller inflow and like a more of a trickle outflow. I would classify Wheeler and Wilson as a riverine lake. That's just how I think of it, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like,
and I'm sure they call them reservoirs because there's docks all around it. It maintains a pretty decent level because they really work at that on the TVA system. And it's built for people to have a bunch of pleasure on. I mean, where I fish, there's no pleasure going on. You see almost no pleasure boats. You do kind of up in the Rock Island area. There's a few pleasure boats, but I kind of stay away from the areas that have big wide open water and giant tuna boats going past you all day long and all night long. I mean, I used to fish a few, but we almost got ran over a few times in the middle of the night because people just aren't paying attention. You got a 38-foot carver throwing a wake that's like 9 feet high, and everybody's drunk on it, and nobody's got any lights on. And you're like, oh my gosh, are we going to die tonight? Steve
I think I'm finally going to have to pull off the river. The wind's picking up pretty bad.
Well, actually, Steve, I got to work tomorrow. I probably should have went to bed about an hour ago, but I was having so much fun, I kind of stayed up here. I appreciate the offer, and I do enjoy this a lot, tremendously, and thanks for everybody's questions. Thanks for having me up here, but I really should kind of sign off and look at Jodi. That's an awesome hat, by the way.
It's actually not a hat. It's one of the neck gaiters.
Well, hat, neck gaiter. It looks like a hat to me, but
yeah.
Keeps my ears warm. It's fleece lined.
Yep.
Nice.
Well, I'm going to get out of here. Thanks, everybody. And here's to CatCon, because it's going to be.
Appreciate you coming up, Epic. It's always
I
fun.
appreciate you having me up here.
You know, I go back and watch this live a couple of times listening to you.
Oh, geez.
The last time you was on, I've watched it twice. James said he's watched it 4 times, going back, watching over that sonar, trying to learn it all.
You know, I do need to, that reminds me, I do need to do some videos because I can't do it on a live for some reason because, we do a lot of night fishing. Mm-hmm. And whenever I point the phone towards the fish finder, it just sort of blurs out.
Yeah.
And I need to do it during the day where I'm not on a live, I'm just filming because I'd like to be able to show what I'm talking about as I'm talking about it because I talk about it a lot.
Yeah.
But it's hard to, I explain it well, but the blue around the yellow and the red, mm-hmm. the trail out and the bulk, I've done that a bunch of times, but I think it's really hard for people to conceptualize.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But if I could put up at least screenshots of what I'm looking at and how big that fish is and where he is on the thing, I really think people get a better idea because that kind of stuff is huge. Mm-hmm. At one time I didn't know how to read a fish finder worth a darn. I was setting up on scaled fish when I shouldn't have been. I was I was fishing areas that were too shallow for blues, mm-hmm. Too fast for flatheads. I threw at the dumb. I start to think back, and that's why I always imagine if I was a new fisherman, fairly new, like 10 years or less, mm-hmm. I would ask dumber questions than I've ever heard on any live ever. Because I wanted to know so many things, and none of them would have been dumb questions. It would have just been so far off the mark that whoever was the expert I was asking the question, they'd look at me like, "Oh my gosh, where did this guy come from?" Seriously. They'd be like, "Oh, geez, this guy never stops." I had a lot of passion, but not a lot of knowledge.
The dog was barking. I had to mute you. Yeah.
Oh, and not only that, and now that I think about it, there were things I thought I figured out that were so untrue that if my 20-year-old self came in here, like just right up on panel and told me some of the things that I thought about or that I thought I had figured out, I'd be like, "Look, son, this is not what you think.
Yeah.
Better go back and look." I wouldn't say, "Okay, dumbass," but I would definitely say, you need to go back to the drawing board and understand some things. You need to take a look at this, and this, because I was very confident in some of the things that I thought I had figured out, but I didn't have enough experience and knowledge, and I wasn't able to travel enough waters and deal with enough different scenarios that I constantly was my biggest critic. Once I was old enough, I started thinking, you know what, you better rethink this little theory of yours, because it didn't happen yesterday and it didn't happen the day before. It happened one time in May or 3 times in May, but it doesn't happen in July and it doesn't happen in August and it doesn't happen in whatever. So I would have to rethink this and say, you know what, I have to take out all of my humanistic thoughts out of it. Just leave my human mind out of it. And I never say this statement: if I was a fish, this is what I would do. That was one of my biggest mistakes, and everyone does it. You think, okay, logically, if I was a fish, this is what I'd be doing. But they're so far away from our mind and our being and our whatever. Matter of fact, we don't match almost anything in nature. Almost nothing. We're like the anachronism. We're the weird thing that sits on the shelf all by itself. We have almost nothing in common with anything that lives on this planet. We do things a different way. One of the reasons, and I know, I mean, I could say why I do believe in God, but let's just say it was just biological. We're actually the least intelligent creature on the planet when we're born. We have almost no instincts. We only have like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Our brain, although huge and very important, we don't know anything. Almost everything we know is taught to us. But that is the moniker of highly intelligent creatures. The same thing with cetaceans. All whales, all dolphins, all that stuff. They know almost nothing by instinct. I mean, they know more than we do by instinct, but almost nothing compared to like a raccoon or a gecko or a giant blue or a small blue. Our minds are such a blank slate because we need to be taught, because we don't really follow the general rules. So octopus, cetaceans, but and humans. I mean, that's about as far as it goes. Elephants are not real smart when they're born, but they have giant learning capabilities. So, I mean, whether you believe in evolution or the man upstairs, neither here nor there. But let's just say the most important thing is understanding that the way we think is so far from the way fish think and operate that we just as well not even go down that road. You just got to figure out what they do and what they tell you that they're doing by the end of, by everything, by, all that stuff, time of year, blah, blah, blah. And it's really difficult to get the big picture until you've had, a lot of years doing it. So that's one of the reasons why I help. Or I try to, anyway.
You do help a lot.
David Smith said, great Friday night show, Jodi. Thank you, Zach, Jodi, and James for fishing. Thank you, Jodi, for putting this on putting on for a great night of entertainment. And thank you, Tim, for all the info.
David Smith. So anyway, I was leaving and I got on a tangent, so I'm going to leave again. Love everybody. Talk to you later.
All right. Thank you, Tim.
Yep. Thank you.
I think we're going to close out. Zach, you've done great tonight.
I tried. I put forth the effort.
Yeah, you did. You did really good. Proud of you.
Froze my butt off.
Good night, Chris.
But I got fish, so I'm happy.
Yeah.
Nice.
You did great. I mean, that was some nice fish.
One day when I grow up, I want to catch
Yeah.
fish like that.
One day when we grow up, we want to be like Zach.
Catch fish like that.
Don't grow up. I heard it's no fun.
Yeah.
No. I'm a
No, that's good night,
28-year-old kid. I don't want to
Good
ever
night.
grow up.
Yeah. That's a pretty good outing, though, Zach.
Mm-hmm.
And who would have thought it on a cold night tonight when the temperature dropped that much?
Yep.
Well, I threw a lot smaller baits than what I would throw.
Mm.
And only one that came on the bigger headpiece was that 42 right at the beginning, but that was before the temp started dropping again.
Right.
Yeah.
Once that temp dropped again, you seen it died off for what, 2 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you going to go live or are you going home?
I've already put the rods in the car. I done got where I can't feel my hands.
Okay.
Well,
I'm done. I'm out of bait.
Yeah.
Channel Cats done picked me dry again.
Thank Tim for coming up. That was awesome. I learned a whole lot. I do apologize to chat for not keeping up with it tonight.
We were cracking up. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
But thanks, as always, for letting me co-host your show with you. I always have a blast.
I appreciate it. You help me out a lot.
So on that note, you want to go? You got anything else you want to say?
It was just funny. Everybody in chat's going, Dustin, Dustin.
Well, we'll talk about it afterwards. But
it was funny though. I was having fun. I wasn't nobody's mad.
Yeah. I told James, I said he's going to be so embarrassed.
Everybody, I get sucked into Epic too, though. I mean, you're just like, wow, you got to hang on every word that guy says.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
the guy's very knowledgeable.
Steve Ransom actually popped in.
He confirmed a lot of stuff for me that I had been like speculating on and what I've picked up on the river on how to read my river.
Mm-hmm.
He confirmed a lot of it for me.
Well, I would kill one day to get him on my new boat and go out with me and have him go over my sonar and stuff with me.
Let me tippy toe. See if I can come.
Where does he fish out of? Where's he from?
He fishes the Mississippi. I'm trying to remember.
Is he up in Illinois?
He never told us exactly where he was from.
All right.
I don't know. But
all right. Well, thanks again, Dustin. Great night, Zach, and hopefully things will start to warm up again.
Appreciate everybody watching. Anytime. And I won't be live Thursday, but Dustin, did you decide what you was going to do?
Sean and I are talking about it. We're sitting about 85, 90%. We're going to do something.
Okay.
So we're going to confirm it this weekend, and we'll definitely put something out soon.
And we'll get Mark to tell it too on his show.
Awesome.
All right then.
All right, everybody. Thank everybody in chat for sticking with us. Hope everybody had a great time. Thank you, Viking and Cool Cats and Jody for fishing. And we will see you next Friday.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.